Alright, it looks like we're live.
Perfect.
Hello everyone. This is Abyss Hunted here. Joining me, as we've done in the past, is Slio9.
Hello.
Please let us know if you can hear me in Slio9.
Yep, I'm here.
So we're going to be doing a Hearthstone set review again. This time doing it in the client because I've been making PowerPoints at work all week and didn't feel like making another one for this.
I mean,
So
the client gives us additional stuff to talk about too, because normally we don't get to have the little flavor text jokes when we show these
right,
off.
and I'll be having the wiki open as backup for showing off tokens and things like that. But so new set, the Boomsday Project comes out. Actually, I think they're doing a pre-release event weekend this weekend, which is weird because it's a thing you have to go to a store to play Hearthstone.
Okay, sure.
But
Fine.
the set's actually supposed to be live. I think what, next week? Is that right?
Yeah, it's usually on like middle of the week, right? Like they don't release like ends of the week, like Monday, Friday. It's
Yeah,
usually
and they're doing their usual thing of like 3 free packs plus a free random legendary. So,
I okay, I have a question I have to immediately ask, and I don't know if this is answered. Is that one legend that just auto completes your deck a free legend for everybody?
no, I don't think
Okay,
so.
okay, then that's a horrible mistake, and I have words we'll talk about when we get to that card.
Yeah, yeah. Also, that card's tournament banned, but
Again,
yeah, we're well when we get to that. So, getting ahead of ourselves. So this set is called the Boomsday Project, and Doctor Boom is back, and so are mechs. Thankfully, fewer randomness effects than goblins versus gnomes. But there are
oh,
some bombers of various sorts in this set as well. So we're going to do it in the Hearthstone client. So kind of not our usual ordering with by rarity, but it's going to just be all by mana cost. So I guess if we're ready to get things started, we'll start with Druid. And there are some new mechanics in this set. We'll kind of just talk about them as we get to them.
okay.
And then I guess depending on the card, we'll talk about either its arena aspects or its constructed aspects. So, kicking things off with Druid, Biology Project is a common 1 mana spell. Each player gains 2 mana crystals. Key thing to note, this doesn't say empty, so you get them immediately.
Yeah, this works as a sort of fake innervate if you're not at 10. And of course has the keeps your crystals, but also pushes your opponent up with you. The fact that you do get first benefit,
Yeah,
uh,
it's a an innervate for you.
yeah, like the fact that you get the first benefit from this makes it better than I initially thought. But like,
And also maybe you're the top heavy deck and your opponent's the low cost aggro deck.
right, ultimate infestation is still a card.
So yeah, it seems decent. I want to know what this does when you're at 10 mana. Does it give you the like draw a card thing?
Oh, okay, that actually, I think that defines how much I like this. If I can cycle it at 10, I'd feel a lot better. Or like if both players are at 10, if I can cycle this. Because the rule has been if the card has no effect at like for ramp. Like Jade, Jade Blossom didn't cycle because it had some effect. So
Yeah, if this can't cycle, I feel a little worse about this.
right, then it becomes the world's worst top deck.
Also good flavor text. All right,
All right.
moving on to new mechanic, new air quotes mechanic, legendary spells. We totally didn't do this already with quests. Yeah, simple enough. It's a spell, and you can only have 1 copy of these spells in your deck instead of 2. So we have for Druid, there's one of these per class. So basically every class gets 1 legendary spell and 1 legendary minion as their legendaries, with exception to Warrior, who I believe is a legendary
Yeah.
spell and a hero card, but we'll talk about that later. So for Druid, we have Floop's Glorious Gloop. 1 mana legendary spell. Whenever a minion dies this turn, gain 1 mana crystal this turn only. So
Are there ways to infinite with this?
You
Like,
know what? You know what this is. You know that mechanic from Blackrock Mountain of like whenever a thing dies, reduce this card's cost by 1. It's that, but you have to spend another card to do it.
right, and then you hand it off to something else. Like you want to have either your own full board or a board like that you're gonna like sweep out of your opponents when you play this, or some just inane combo where you just go. Like, I'm trying to think of ways to go infinite with this, or not infinite, but like flip it around enough where you can just keep generating mana.
Dreadsteed no longer works the way you'd want it to.
Yep, that's the one I was thinking of. Or like, this makes naturalize free, I suppose. If you get a good swipe, like it's again, it's sort of a mana writ, but as somebody asked, to what end? Like, where does this go? Also, as a one of, it's much harder to count on if you're building your deck around it.
Yeah. Also, can these show up in the arena? That's another good question. I want to say yes.
They should be able to. There's no reason they should not.
Okay.
I guess would be the
I
better way
really don't think I'd want this in the arena. And
God, no.
And also, how does this work when you're on 10? I guess it refills mana you've spent.
You can't go over 11.
Right, but yeah, you can. It's still valuable at when you're on 10 because you could potentially make plays that turn that would cost over 10 mana. Potentially. Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't feel great about this card. All right. On to a rare minion, Dendrologist. 2 mana, 2/3, so decent body. Battle Cry. If you control a Treant, discover a spell. So, Treants, those 2/2 tokens that a bunch of Druid cards can create. So, for some reason, Treant Tribal is a theme in Druid this set.
It's strange. I wonder if they'll have cards on the level of some of the other, like, powerful Treant cards that we've had in the past. Like, the ones I can think of are literally just old Force of Nature, but the fact is that this is a River Crocolisk with extreme upside if it's on.
Yeah. Yeah, this is good. A lot of value here. I would definitely pick these in Arena.
I guess I would. I have to wonder what other. I'm not actually familiar with every card in this set. I'm probably only familiar with like a third, so I have to wonder what we'll have for other Treants to make this work.
Yeah.
If there are some reliable ways to do this, card's real good. Like, holy heck.
There's a couple in the set, and then there's like, what was that? Is it Soul of Forest that gives all your things Death Rattle, summon a Treant? Is that Arena legal, or did they remove that one?
Soul of the Forest? Okay, so I'm looking at cards that exist. I guess the living mana tokens are Treants, even though they're slightly different than the normal Treants. Poison Seeds, Soul of the Forest, Force of Nature, Witchwood Apple, Cenarius makes Treants. That's about it.
Okay. So there's some, and there's going to be some more in this set, but we'll see that.
Yeah.
So, like this next
still
card.
A River Croc.
So this is a common. Landscaping. Spell, 3 mana, summon 2/2/2 Treants.
Oh, okay. They want to push it then. Got it.
Yeah. And also that's a pretty decent body for 3, 2/2/2s. I'm okay with that.
Well, like, this is above what you usually get on 3 for your curve. You usually get, like, again, you usually get
a 3/4.
A 3/4,
And this is like 4
mana cost times 2+1. So.
Yeah. Now I probably 2/2/2s not the same as a 4/4, but pretty decent, and like even we saw this legendary spell going wide might actually be something useful for Druid in this set.
Well, might be something useful, you say, as though Taunt Druid playing Mark of the Lotus and Power of the Wild wasn't a thing for a long time. Like...
Right, yeah, that's also true. Like, Druid kind of just wants to go wide. So, good card. Yeah. Definitely pick an Arena. Probably will even see Constructed play if Treants are...
I could see it.
Or aggressive decks. All right. Now, Druid's legendary minion. Flabidinous Floop. 4 mana, 3/4. While this card is in your hand, this is a 3/4 copy of the last minion you played. So, I don't know, you played your Malagos 4 turns ago, and then I haven't played any minions since then. This will still be a copy Malagos.
Yeah, this is 100% a combo card for decks that are doing some sort of Aviana Kun something combos. Does this keep the 4 mana cost when it copies?
See, I haven't been able to get confirmation for that.
It should.
I don't know.
It doesn't say it. It would be so much worse if it didn't, but we can't tell based on the text of the card here.
Let me check something in the wiki right quick.
Yeah, like maybe
if that's been confirmed or updated.
Oh God, I don't. From the release street games, I'm pretty sure it is 4. Okay, every time I come back to Hearthstone, I am just
who knows
it's right in the text, player. But no, this is like everything else aside, the card itself is very strong, both in a sense of like being able to make like strong continued plays, but mostly from a combo perspective, which Druid has always had a history of for like the last like 3 years. You know, you when you are the class that can get to 10 quickest, you can copy off some very powerful things. Malagos, obviously, one you brought up, but there's all sorts of different ways to go about it, and being able to include 3 copies of a combo minion in your deck is quite well.
Maybe it's a little tricky to play just because you got to kind of manage, like, now when it's a thing you want it to be, do you actually play the next minion? But still, it's versatile and, again, definitely something combo decks will want. So, yep. All right, moving on. This card's a little nuts. Juicy Psych Melon. 4 mana epic spell. Draw a 7, 8, 9, and 10 cost minion from your deck. So, draw 4, and it's also actually narrow tutoring. So, like, draw your Malagos and your Lich King and your, I don't know, whatever 7 or 10 you run. And you might not even need a 7 or 10 to run with this.
You want to know what this actually says, right? Like, well, your 9 was Aviana, your 10 was Kun. Like, like, what are your rest here? Like, you get to tutor your whole combo in one card?
Sure.
Like, that's what I'm seeing, is that if you have some sort of game-winning combo with Aviana Kun and Wild, obviously,
yeah,
here you go. And then, as you're saying, like, just all of your top end, it says minions, so it can't tutor up Ultimate Infestation. Oh no!
Right. Like, I've actually heard from some people that this might not even see standard play because Druid has enough draw already with Infestation and Branching Paths. But, like, as you're saying, for Wild, draw your combo.
Yeah, that's. I think I would agree with that as well, unless there's some deck that just shows up that can make full use of this in standard, like that does have a 7, 8, 9, 10 set of cards they want to play,
right. And again, you don't have to run a 7, 8, 9, 10. It can just be some subset of that.
But yeah, they would need to want them high enough. But as you say, like, Nourish and Ultimate Infestation still exist as far as standard goes, so Druid has never been one to be down on cards.
Right, but I'm still scratching my head with this one a little bit and thinking, was Blizzard actually thinking about this one? This seems quite good. Yeah. All right, moving on. Oh, hey, Zoltan Boros art. Trending Tauren, a rare minion, 6 mana, 3/4. Choose one. Give your other minions +1/+1, or summon 2/2 treants.
Oh, okay. Just a very quick thing on the Psych Melon.
Yeah, sorry. Going back.
Kun has 10, Aviana 9, King Togwaggle is 8, Azalina Soul Thief is 7.
Oh, right. What's the Togwaggle combo with that again?
That's just you Togwaggle and then you steal the deck. You copy the hand with Soul Thief, so that you can double. Anyway, sorry. Had to interrupt because I finally remembered what it was. So yeah, Tending Torrent.
Yeah. Okay. So 6 mana, 3/4. Choose one. Give your other minions +1, or summon 2/2/2 Treants. So on the 2/2 Treants mode, this is basically Doppelgangster for one more, and one of the bodies is a 3/4 instead of a 2/2, which that seems fine, pretty decent. And then the other mode for give your other minions +1/+1 almost reminds me of what was that card from Grand Tournament, Mookla's Champion, where you would like play it and get one activation off of it.
This is very smaller scenarios. Like exactly.
Yeah, that too.
Like smaller body, smaller buffs, smaller things, but maybe able to come down in a more reasonable time. But yeah, like you say, like a Mookla's Champion style thing.
Yeah, or a doppelganger. Yeah, so I think your Cenarius comparison's probably better. I definitely play this in arena. I don't know if it makes constructed.
I would be unsurprised again if we didn't have some sort of. I know we don't. I don't think we have Mark of the Lotus anymore. I think that is out. If memory.
Also of note,
standard.
Summons Treants.
Yeah, more Treant summoning, which is real. Again, I only need that one River Crocodile for me to care about them. So, no, I like it because that's a lot of stats for 6. Like, that's my like of it. I don't know if it's like a terribly great card. As you say, it might not actually break in anywhere, but.
Yeah, I'd play it in arena though, at least. All right, moving on. Dream Petal Florist. An epic minion, 7 mana 4/4. Yeah, that's not a 4 mana 7/7. But at the end of your turn, reduce the cost of a random minion in your hand by 7.
So okay, I noticed a third sub theme in this set just off of the cards I have seen, and this fits right into that sub theme, which is extremely busted Malagos combo bullshit.
Yeah.
I think there's like 6 or 7 cards that feel like that. I guess that's part of the Boomsday Project, is like mad science equals like breaking them on a curve.
Right. Now that said, would Malagos combo actually play this? Because Kuhn Aviana just kind of does a better job of that.
Yeah, sure.
And this says random, but
in Wild certainly, but one of those cards is not a legal play in Standard, so
yeah, I mean that's true. I don't know if this is good enough for Standard or too inconsistent, but I mean, reduce the cost of a minion by 7, but you're already on 7 when you're playing this.
I mean, people play Quest Druid, right? This clearly isn't the same effect, but I mean, Quest Druid gets up to 10 mana, but they don't. I guess you're paying 7 for this. You're getting the 7 cost reduction, and then
so it's like a 0 mana 4/4 basically.
Yeah, like over time, if it hits a minion that costs 7+.
Right, or it's just like you have a 7+, you were going to play this turn anyways, so you drop this first and then play your 7+, and it's a 0 mana 4/4. So I'm sure somebody will find a way to break this. I'm just not. It's not occurring to me immediately because of that randomness factor.
I believe very heavily in stuff like this. That's like ridiculous, especially with how huge that is for reduction.
Also, you know what? I take it back. It's not like play this, then play your thing you would have played anyways, because it's an end of turn effect. It's like Thaurissan, so it's not a battle cry.
Yeah, so which means they need to kill it too. So, I mean, it is just a 4/4, but so I think Thaurissan is a comparison. Though Thaurissan is a lot more of a general card. This is going to be like, look, there's like when you see a Dream Petal Florist, you know what card just got reduced out of your opponent's hand, and you're going to die.
Yeah. Seems like it could be potentially busted, but a deck is not occurring to me. Not actually sure if I'd pick it in the arena.
Oh God, no. Well, I don't want my I only want like a couple things at 7+, and I don't want my thing at 7+ to be make my things at 7+ cost less. Like I want my thing at 7+ to be a giant body that takes more than just a 4/3 to deal with.
In Arena, this is reduce the cost of your River Crocolisk by 2. Or something. Okay. 2 more Druid cards. Gloop Sprayer, a common 8 mana 4/4. Battle Cry, summon a copy of each adjacent minion. So this is actually a Malagos combo nonsense thing. Because this is just like, instead of having to do Faceless, this is just you do like Malagos, Faceless, this, instead of having to play a second Faceless. And then you've got like
4 Malagoses.
And your opponent's dead to 2 Moonfires.
This is a extremely scary card in the Arena, as like it is a widely variable card. It reminds me of Fungalmancer in a way, in that manner, though a bit slower but higher bodies.
I think what it reminds me of, Fungalmancer is a potentially good comparison. There's also that Paladin 6/6 or whatever that gives adjacent minions Divine Shield.
Yeah, that's pretty similar to this, isn't it? Because you hand off again, worse body, but like a much higher potential upside.
Yeah.
I'd like to play with this to see how reliable it is to actually keep the board under control for this. But I think if you get to 8 and have 2 minions in play, this card will be something like, like 10 plus.
Right. Yeah. Like the 8 cost is justified here because this could easily be like bone mare levels of strong on the right board. Or stronger, even potentially.
All right.
I don't know. Maybe that's a over comparison, but this seems like you could just get blown out by it.
Maybe similarities to that one Druid copy of Beast thing actually would be
but this is generic and it's a common, so
right.
Oof. All right, and finally a rare is Druid's last card, Mulch Muncher, which really should have giant in the name, but okay.
Where's giant on this? What the heck?
10 mana 8/8 mech with rush and costs 1 less for each friendly treant that died this game.
So for those unfamiliar, rush is charge, but it does not allow you to attack face.
Yeah.
So you have the ability to attack a minion the turn you come down.
Yep. And if somehow a minion with rush gets charged, you can go face. It doesn't prevent that. But that was a mechanic from the last set, and there's a lot of rush in this set. There might even be more than there was in the last set. I'd have to run the numbers, but
I think at this point we know rush is a very evergreen keyword. This card, okay, how many treants do you have to have die for this to be like before you want this? How many?
I'd say 2. I'd play an 8 mana 8/8 rush.
Same. That's like a removal spell that leaves an 8/4 behind or something like that.
Yeah.
Like if you can get this to be like 6 because you played 2 copies of the summon 2 treants on 3 and 4, like holy god. And mech as a type line, as we're going to see later, has a lot of high positives and one card that counters it, and so the mech type line is highly relevant on the card.
Yep. So overall thoughts on Druid, Treant, and Malagos BS. I think you called that one pretty spot on.
God, why are there like 2 or 3 cards that are just like silly Malagos? Anyway, I like the Treant stuff a lot more than with Witchwood. There was this like odd hand-sized Druid, and I really didn't like that very much. Whereas the like Treant stuff feels more like tokens or something Druid likes. That's in Druid. So having bonuses based on making tokens and having specific ones seems just fine. I like it.
All right. Moving on.
Oh god, if it combos with Living Mana on Mulch Muncher, yeah, those are named Treant. So
Yeah, that... Okay. Yeah, if I get the pieces for that, that's a deck I want to try, definitely, is Treant
Yeah.
Druid.
Yeah. All right.
Alright, moving on to Hunter. So, starting off with a Hunter common, Secret Plan. 1 mana spell, discover a secret. You know what? I like it.
Same. I'm always a big fan of the 1 mana discovery cards. The one like this is a long running thing in every class. You know, discover a death rattle, discover a battle cry, discover a minion with taunt, discover a overload card, discover like these are just a known quantity, and when you get to discover from a subset, especially since Secret Hunter is a real deck, and this lets Spell Hunter have a little bit more flexibility, and aka having like 2 or 3 more copies of Wandering Monster. So
Yep. The secret is, there is no plan.
oh, and they have a Battlestar Galactica reference in their flavor text. That's nice.
Alright. Yeah. I don't... Again, you said a Spell Hunter for Constructed. Maybe it's these Constructed. I'd definitely pick it in Arena, though.
I could see it in basically the decks that play the Spellstone. I think would play this card, right? Like, you know, the one that makes a bunch of wolves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I could see that there. So like, and that might not necessarily be 100% Spell Hunter. It might just be like Secret Hunter. So
Alright. Next card. Bomb Toss. 2 mana spell. Deal 2 damage. Summon an O2 Goblin Bomb. Neutral common, or sorry, Hunter common spell. So I think we need to talk about Goblin Bomb, which I believe is... Yeah, Goblin Bomb is an actual card in this set. I'm skipping ahead to neutrals.
yeah, let's go grab that quick, just for.
So Goblin, because there's a lot of cards that reference this. Goblin Bomb, 1 mana O2 mech, Death Rattle, deal 2 damage to the enemy hero. So let's talk about why this card is bad, in my opinion.
Whoa.
Why, you like it?
I was gonna make comparisons to Flame Geyser and be extremely happy about. Are we talking about the spell or Goblin Bomb the card?
Oh, Goblin Bomb, the card.
Oh, I have effectively no opinions about Goblin Bomb the card.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, I'm not playing a 1 mana O2 because it's never getting that death rattle off because your opponent's never attacking it.
Well, see, here's the secret about this. That mech type line means that you are actually much more highly likely to get the death rattle off.
Yeah.
For reasons we still have not talked about.
Right. Anyways, though, okay, so maybe if you're doing Mech Hunter, maybe this is a card. Bomb Toss.
I was going to say, oh my god, I thought you were calling Bomb Toss a bad card, and I'm like, wait, you don't like Bomb Toss here feels a lot like Flame Geyser. It's a small damage dealing that gets you a little bit of board presence. There are a lot of reasons to want to have the Tiny Goblin Bomb around for if you're doing some sort of mech nonsense, which there are some strong magnetic cards we'll be talking about soon. Death Rattles are a thing that matter within Hunter as a class. I like the card. I don't like the token itself.
Okay. I guess for me, my point of comparison is, what is that card? Arcane Shot, just 1 mana, 2 damage, and Hunter. So for 1 more mana, you get a Goblin Bomb. So, you know what? Arcane Shot and Goblin Bomb stapled together on 1 card instead of having to spend 2 cards. Sure, that seems fine.
Yeah.
I'm just not... I haven't been enthused by the Goblin Bomb cards in this set, but maybe they're more relevant than I'm giving them credit.
I haven't seen any of them, so...
Okay. Yeah, if you're doing a mech thing, and we'll see Mech Hunter is a thing in this set, so I guess if a deck's playing it, it's that, but if you're not doing the mech thing, I think I'd rather have Arcane Shot.
Sure.
Alright, speaking of mech things... Cybertech Chip. 2 mana Hunter spell, rare. Give your minions Death Rattle, add a random mech to your hand. So, Infest, but for mechs?
Infest for 1 cheaper for... That was 3, right? Infest? Pretty sure Infest was 3.
Yep, Infest was 3.
Okay, so two relevant things about this is number one, like the lower cost. Number two, the lower pool. Mechs as a pool effectively only have this set to pull from outside of like the one random mech that appears in each set as just sort of a
Right.
placeholder.
If you're in standard, if you're in wild, there's...
Yeah. If you're in wild, that's a very, very different world. But yeah, we have been seeing the like a couple cards of this type see play recently, so I could believe this, especially at its cost. So
Yeah, actually, I think I now want to play Hunter Mech Aggro in Wild and put this thing in it. That seems decent, but it goes great with Cyber Salsa.
from the pre-release stream, this pulls mechs from other classes. I believe with the wording on that, that's just like the Infest stuff, which can pull from other classes.
Yep. Random means any class. Discover means your class. Generally how it goes. So, good card, I think. I mean, you have to have... well, no, it doesn't even say give your mechs. It says give your minions.
Yeah, it says give your minions. So, like, and you don't, like, have to be playing mech synergy because the mechs will have synergy with themselves.
Yep.
So if you have I guess the way I'd put it is that if you have a deck that has heavy board presence you want to like protect, this is a worthwhile inclusion. Or if you have a deck that can make like a bunch of things that are gonna die, go for it.
Excuse me 1 second. I'm going to go shut off a ringer on a telephone.
Sure, but yeah, like if you go unleash the hounds into Cybertech chip, that's really cool. That's a lot of card draw. Oh, good old Goblin Bomb.
Okay, sorry about that. So, just last thought on Cybertech chip is I think the quality of how we're evaluating this kind of have to just keep an eye out on the overall quality of mechs in this set.
Yeah, so we'll see.
All right. So, moving on, another Hunter rare, Fireworks Tech, 2 mana, 2/1, rare, Battle Cry, give a friendly mech +1/+1. If it has a death rattle, trigger it.
So, like, the only mech we've seen so far is the little Goblin Bot, and this would turn that into a 1/3 that immediately deals 2 damage to your opponent, which, like, that'd be happy enough occur for me because that makes Firework Tech a 3/2 with some ups.
Right, lets your Goblin Bombs attack, immediately triggers their death rattle, so...
But I think there's another card much later or not much later, we can kind of see it on this page, that really makes this card, like, function, is just the best target for it, so... That said, I'm not certain how, like, this isn't like the Leopard or something like that, like where this is a huge reward for being in mechs.
Right, it's still a 2 mana 2/1, which basically the biggest thing you're getting off this is the Battle Cry. I guess we should keep an eye out for Death Rattle mechs.
Yeah.
From the past, there are a few noteworthy Death Rattle mechs. They often have the word piloted in them.
Right, that's the sort of thing if we're looking in the past, we get like, we get Shredder, we get things like that. I guess a 10 is Sneed's this. That's funny. Like, so,
All right, moving on. An epic spell, Goblin Prank. 2 mana spell, give a friendly minion +3/+3 and rush. It dies at end of turn. So, Hunter version of Power Overwhelming.
Power Underwhelming is sort of what I'm seeing here. If you want to, like, it's weird that this is at purple,
Yeah.
I don't think the card's, like, unplayable or anything like that. The thing with Rush doesn't mean that Charge doesn't work with it, so you can still go face if you have Charge. Or if you had a minion that was in play for a turn, Rush doesn't turn off your ability to attack face, so that works. It's just that, like, one of the best things to be using Rush for is as removal to keep your board presence and to, like, removal that you get to keep. And this is the opposite of that. This is removal, and you're probably 2-for-1ing yourself on the Rush.
Yep. Unless Again, actually, if Goblin Bomb does end up being a decent thing, and you've got a lot of Goblin Bombs lying around that you could just pass this off to and basically pretend you're Zoo.
Yeah, that's a reasonable thing to do, and like that's why I'm not willing to say this is like unplayable or anything like that. It's just that like the comparisons to Power Overwhelming make this look very like kind of poor. So
Right. And also, again, if your minion's already been around, this can go face.
yep.
Just because it says rush. So, all right, moving on. All right, time to explain the magnetic. So, Venomizer, 2 mana 2/2 mech with magnetic and poisonous. So, magnetic is a new keyword in this set. Really, the only new mechanic that requires some explanation. And boy, it requires some explanation. So, I guess I'll just say to start, if any of you are familiar with Magic the Gathering, keep the idea of the keyword bestow in mind as I explain this.
All right.
So, what magnetic says is basically this card can be played from your hand either as a mech minion or as a buff spell for a mech you control. So, if you play this card to the left of a mech that you control, it will become from your hand to the left of a mech you control. So if you've already got a mech,
and there's a little there's a buzzing that goes on as you're carrying it over into that spot. It has like a little lightning bolt between the two cards, so it'll have this little thing that tells you it's going to get it.
Yeah, there will be a visual effect so you know when it triggers. But if you play this to the left of a mech you control, you'll be playing it from your hand as a buff. If you play it so that there is no mech, or so that it is so that it is not immediately to the left of any mech, then it will come into play as a minion. And if a magnetic minion is already in play, it's not going to turn into a buff later. It's only a buff when played from your hand to the left of the mech.
It's not as though like once it comes in contact with a mech in play, it becomes a buff. It specifically will only become the buffed version, like when you play it from your hand on the left of a mech.
Yes. So as a buff, it grants its attack, health, and any keywords or abilities, basically any effect text, to the minion that it's buffing. And this buff, like any other buff, is silenceable off.
Right. This does not function as like Zombeast, which was what we initially had proposed or thought, where it's just the two cards combined. No, if you silence the minion that got buffed by this ability, it's gone. If the minion dies, unless other text states, it will not keep those buffs when it tries to return to play, as it will just return as the other card, unless something says otherwise. So effectively, these cards can be played as minions or as like sort of fake Blessing a King style effects that hand off text. I also don't believe you can play. Can you play them as a buff into a 7-minion board?
No. I believe you have to have. Actually, that's a good question. I wouldn't see why you couldn't, but I want to say.
Right, like magnetic is.
I want to say you have to have room for it, but that's just a gut instinct. I don't. Actually, the wiki might answer that one.
Incredibly unique as like. I can't think of another mechanic in Hearthstone that requires, like, literally 5 minutes of explanation in its things. So what if you drop it to the left of a mech?
Found on the Hearthstone wiki. A magnetic card cannot be played if the player's board is full, even to magnetize onto another minion.
How many mechs can you pile on a one mech? Infinite.
Yeah, you can just keep piling things on, and that might even be a plan this set. I think there are some classes that encourage you to just keep piling buff after buff after buff onto the same mech and basically make Voltron.
Shadowlink asks, what if you want to put it to the left of the mech as a minion so you can drop a direwolf in between? Put it on the other side.
Or alternatively, play your direwolf first.
But like, say you want to play Defender of Argus, I guess would be a like you cannot put if you play this to the left of a mech, it will become a buff. There's no choice on that. It is just that does occur.
Right.
So if you want it to stay as a minion, you have to put it on the far right side. If you put it on the far right side, it can't ever. Or you put it somewhere where it's not directly one space to the left of a mech. If it is two spaces to the left of the mech, it doesn't go off. If there's like a little.
As long as it's not directly to the left of another mech. Yeah. Anyways, so as for this card, this seems good. I mean, I'd play a 2-mana 2/2 poisonous.
Yeah,
just outright. Mech is a relevant type line, and passing off poisonous to something that might already have high health can be very useful.
So yeah, this is always going to be passing off to something that has like 3+ health, right? Like no matter what, when you play this card and have it pass off, the worst it could be is like on a 1/1. So you'd have a 3 health poisonous minion, and a lot of the times you'd have like again, the little Goblin Bomb. You hand off this to Goblin Bomb. Goblin Bomb becomes a 2/4 poisonous. Might be able to get 2 kills, but like the fact that it is both as one card is really what makes Magnetic very strong.
Yeah, versatility. Other comments. The chat's. I was going to bring this up, and now that the chat has, I'll figure I'll just mention it. Is that with Magnetic around, silence, transform, sap, etc. becomes a lot more valuable.
Yeah, the big thing that makes Magnetic strong is that, so if I play a minion from my hand, like the Venomizer, I play it from my hand, it is in play, it cannot attack, I pass the turn. If I play Venomizer from my hand on a mech that has existed since the beginning of my turn, it immediately either gains the ability to attack if it was a Goblin Bomb, or, lets you attack harder with something that already was. So it sort of gives it haste in that sense. It gives it charge in a way because it's a buff, which is great.
Yep. So good card, but keeps getting banned for toxic behavior. All right. Moving on. Speaking of bombs and mechs, Spider Bomb. I think this was the very first Magnetic card they showed off, but rare, 3-mana 2/2 mech, Magnetic, Death Rattle, destroy a random enemy minion.
I will play any number of this card.
Yeah, so value on its own, Deadly Shot plus 2/2, sure. Also passable as a buff. I don't know, put it on a thing that was going to die anyways, make your trade, kill another thing.
Is there any card with this effect? Death Rattle, destroy an enemy. Yeah, like I love Obsidian Statue a lot. It's one of my favorite cards, a lot because of the Death Rattle. This is very strong, especially with the ability to hand it off.
Yeah. Also, we just saw a card a little bit ago that says trigger the Death Rattle of a friendly mech in Hunter.
Yeah. The fireworks tech with this is very, very strong because you immediately will get to kill a minion and have a 3/3 in play that when the 3/3 dies, it kills another minion.
Yep. Yeah, this is good. Although I'm with CRS Reverb in the chat, bad flavor text.
Well, you don't like the Rex a dude any size, catches thieves, eat the skies. Look out, here comes Spider Bomb.
I think it's better when you sing it, but all right, I'll just leave it at that. Good card. All right, Hunter's next card, Epic Minion, 5-mana or Necromechanic, 5-mana 3/6. Your Death Rattle's triggered twice. Now, where have we seen this effect text before?
Certain it's a Baron you get to play 2 of.
Baron Rivendare on a body that's almost on curve.
Important thing to note: the card says twice if you control 2 Necromechanics. That does not like twice. It's it is a like bringing it up to 2. It's like having multiple brands. That doesn't work.
Yeah. So I don't know. I wonder what Death Rattles we have in Hunter that we may have just seen.
Yeah, this is some real stuff, especially seeing as we have a number of very strong combo cards that could make this a very dangerous place to be for Death Rattles.
Yeah, Spider Bomb, the Cybertech chip.
I'm thinking Corpse Widow exists as well to make that sort of stuff cheaper, and then like, some sort of, being able to trigger your death rattles, like, what is that minion that lets you trigger your death rattles as they come in as well? That's
Oh gosh.
Spirit Singer Umbra, which lets you trigger death rattles as a battle cry. And you get, like, there is enough stuff here where I think we're going to be hitting a critical mass, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, after you summon a minion, trigger its death rattle. That was a neutral card. Okay.
Yes. So it also works with Cube, which is unknown cube card in standard these days.
Oh yeah, yeah. This thing
Everybody
with the
loves
cube.
the Cube.
Yeah, this thing is kind of good with the cube. Actually, yeah, there are a few things in this set that are pretty good with the cube, but yeah, this one's good with the cube. And heck, like we've even seen here, Cybertech Chip, like every minion gets death rattle add 2 mechs, or spider bombs kill 2 minions, or even just like double up the damage on your goblin bombs.
Yeah. So this is pretty real. You're probably going to know if a deck wants it, and I would not be surprised if at some point we finally hit the critical mass to make a deck that does some sort of silly combos because you left you weren't able to kill a Spirit Singer, and then all of a sudden hell breaks loose.
Yeah.
So
Also, Hunter's already got, besides Cube, I mean, death rattles of its own, like, I don't know, Savannah Highmane, etc. Like, death rattle's been a pretty prominent part of Hunter for a decent while. So. All right. Moving on. Hunter Legendary, Boom Master Flark. 7 mana 5/5, Battlecry, summon 4 Goblin Bombs. So I'm okay with the idea of Goblin Bombs as here's a thing that gives you kind of for free to start putting your buffs on. 4 of them, though? Like, are you actually going to be buffing all 4 of these, or are they just going to be taking up minion slots?
This is not Dr. Seven. This is not the return of Dr. Seven right here. If you have a way to consistently give those Goblin Bombs power, that's pretty nice. That's 8 damage, like, out of the card, which is cool. I think you need to have a very specific style of deck that might not be viable in order to do this. For instance, if this card existed in Druid, I would have a much, much higher opinion of it.
Yeah. As it stands in Hunter, you're playing this with what? Like, Raid Leader?
Direwolf Alpha, just kind of trading them all off. Or, like, now you just have a billion magnetic things. Like, yeah, Baron Geddon, I guess. So there are ways that you can make this work. I do not know if the effort is worth what you get out of it.
Yeah. Because, again, this is 5 minion slots for this thing.
Yeah, and again, some decks might be able to swing that pretty well, but I just do not see this being the return of... This is not the return of 7.
Right. Like, the other thing is... Like, I appreciate things that summon Goblin Bombs so you can start buffing them and working with them, but this doesn't come down till 7.
Yeah.
So.
Behold the might of Storm.
Yeah. I mean, there's stuff you can do with it, but I don't know. Yeah. It seems like it comes down too late, that you still need additional pieces to make it relevant.
Yep.
And it's a 7 mana 5. I don't know. Not the biggest fan. And finally, our last Hunter card, the legendary spell, Flark's Boomzooka. 8 mana legendary spell. Summon 3 minions from your deck. They attack enemy minions, then die.
Okay.
So it's a removal spell. Plain and simple.
You might, like, on the surface, you might see this and be like, wow, I'm just casting Fight 3 times. But we did just talk about how death rattles are a very heavy part of the identity of Hunter, and things like Savannah Highmane or what's that lady, the Recruit a Beast.
Oh God, if she pops out of this,
things like that, where obviously it won't trigger battle cries because you're not playing from hand, but it will trigger death rattles. so you can leave a board behind. In almost every other deck, you're going to play this and be like, well, I guess I got a little bit of board clearing.
And lost some of my win cons from my deck. But,
Yeah,
yeah, but if you've got Death Rattles, or heck, even if it just summons, like, I don't know, the Death Rattle removal spell, the Spider Bomb, or...
I think you have to have a deck built to make this useful rather than, again, kind of like the other one, but I can, unlike the Druid one, I can see the deck that wants this.
And,
So.
the chat also mentions Abominable Bowman.
Ooh.
Which is the Death Rattle summon a random friendly beast that died this game.
Yeah, so I also believe that this attacks at random. Again, we don't know the...
Yeah. And I guess if your opponent has less than 3 minions, some of yours just don't attack and then die, or... I mean, if the opponent's minions all die in the first 2 attacks or whatever. Or something like that. I don't know. Like, I'm assuming if there's no valid target for your attacks, like, what happens if you play this and your opponent's board is empty? Is it just trigger Death Rattles of 3 things from your deck, or what?
I guess I'm uncertain.
Or do you keep them if they don't attack? It's not even clear from
how is the timing on it? If I attack a Void Lord and kill it, will it attack the other tiny things? Like, how will it time against that? Is another question. Like, if I bring out 3 minions, the first one kills Void Lord, will the other 2 die before tiny Void tokens show up? I don't know. There's always questions.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's like one attack after another, similar to like an Arcane Missiles, but again, it's Hearthstone. There's no way to know.
So,
all right.
Anywho,
Hunter overall, it's kind of in on mechs and Death Rattles.
Yeah, it has a couple things that play to plans it had in the past with Secret Plan. Has a lot of focus on Death Rattles and some decent focus on mechs. Spider Bomb's my favorite by a mile. Yeah.
Oh, also just one last thought. Things like a Goblin Prank to give a thing rush and then make it die immediately, or even things that just trigger Death Rattles. Voodoo Doll? You think that's the thing we'll see in this?
Voodoo Doll, is that a mech?
No, I don't think so, but...
Okay.
It's not a mech, but it's a strong Death Rattle. And if there's now ways to make it consistently die...
Yeah. I don't know about it in other classes that don't have ways to kill it with hero power. That's always been the thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's always very, very slow to do that, and not a lot of board presence. So.
Yeah, you're right. You probably don't need Voodoo Doll when you've got Spider Bomb for the same mana cost, so...
Right.
Okay.
So...
Alright, well, Hunter overall seems like it gets some decent stuff. Probably Death Rattle Hunter will be a fun one to build. So, moving on to Mage. Alright, let's kick it off with Shooting Star. Common spell, 1 mana, deal 1 damage to a minion and the minions next to it. So, Cone of Cold without the freeze for 1.
Or Arcane Explosion that isn't full board.
Right, for boards less than 3.
Yeah.
I mean, have any amount of spell damage, and this is quite strong.
It's cheap. Then there's some actual good spell damage stuff to hand off with this in the set. So I could see... I think this actually... The amount of play this sees is going to depend on how often this can get, the big hits. If your opponent, for instance, is, if you know that, even Druid... Odd Druid is a common thing around, or something not Druid, Paladin. Thing around, they have the hero power that makes 2 1/1s or something like that.
Yep. Just way to clear aggro. Yeah, I think this is good. Solid.
Yeah. Again, especially, there are multiple cards that we'll be seeing that heavily change the math on it, so.
Yep. Alright, next card. Astral Rift. 2 mana rare spell. Add 2 random minions to your hand. Card draw.
Good God.
Random. Any class.
So this is Unstable Portal, but instead of the minion getting -3, you just get a second minion. It's a 2-for-1 deal.
Yeah.
Card generation is always really damn powerful, even if you can't control it.
And it's basically a draw too as well. reminds me favorably of like Kabbalist's Tome.
Yeah, well, Kabbalah's Tome had a much smaller pool to pull from.
Yeah,
This
that's
pulls
true. This
from,
could be any. This could be wisps. This could
well, this could be
be
any class too,
definitely
you know?
like
It still doesn't
right.
say mage minion, it says minion, so.
Basically, look forward to silly YouTube videos of people pulling off combos of cards you should never have any right to have in your hand together.
Right. So yeah, but even like outside of the silly YouTube video variants, like I would probably still play this in the arena as a draw two for like to get more gas, because one of the things I tend to have as a problem in like mage decks is just being able to have forward progress on the board at times, where it's like your hand is a bunch of removal and you're like, I just need anything, and this is anything.
Right. Yeah. Like, yeah, you could get two really terrible minions, but like odds are in general you're probably getting your 2 mana's worth out of this.
Also, there is the card from let me pull it up, from Leyline Manipulator.
Oh, for out reducing the cost of out of class. No.
Yeah, which has a very high chance. No, not out of class. That didn't start
Generated
deck,
cards. Right. Yeah.
which is
Right. I'm
already
thinking of the rogue one.
Yeah, the rogue one, which is it was a So yeah, you have ways of discounting those minions as
Right.
well.
Battlecry. If you're holding any cards that didn't start in your deck, reduce their cost by 2 from Kobolds, which is still in standard.
Yep, and it's a Yeti on the body, and it's an elemental, which is a relevant body type.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's a real card, but I think so is this one.
All right.
All right, moving on. Crystal Emissary, a mage rare, 2 mana, 2/1. Battlecry. Your next spell this turn has spell damage +2.
This is really damn cool. I like that it's just like it leaves a kind of poor body behind to make like hyper flame strike or like something like that.
Yeah.
Don't prep coin vanish with this. just
Oh, yeah, it says your next spell this turn,
spell.
whether that spell actually does damage or not.
Right. So don't prep coin vanish. Make sure that if you have to like coin to play the blizzard with this, do it before you play the emissary.
Yeah. But I mean, basically what this thing is if you're playing any sweeper at all, this card becomes a 2 damage sweeper of its own, basically, to go with it. So
Yeah, and like so this also like this is a very neat implementation of spell damage, in that like there's no way you could have this card exist as like +2 spell damage on that cheap of a body, because of the sort of combo shenanigans that would immediately occur with how many spells you could play in the turn with it.
right. Yeah. I mean, 2 mana, 2/1, so again, you're probably just playing this when you can get the value out of it as like either the extra points for a burn spell or preferably with a sweeper.
Yeah, does this stack? This should, yes. As long as, again, you don't play another spell in between. If you just like play 2 celestial emissaries, it should, like, instances of spell damage from different cards stack.
Yep.
So.
All right. Moving on. Research Project. 2 mana common spell. Each player draws 2 cards.
Cold Light died for this.
Yeah. Except you're not getting a body on it, so.
Conclusion. Yay, cards.
You can theoretically play this first. Like, I don't know. Do you actually want to play this, or is this just like you're the one who's putting in the mana and the card to get cards, whereas your opponent is just getting the cards? Like,
Right. This is draw 2, draw like -1, draw 2. So it's a +1 for you and it's a +2 for your opponent. So you have to be playing a deck that either is doing like fatigue stuff, which fatigue mage, like I don't foresee this. But then again, every other card that looks like it does anything looking like fatigue sooner or later sees play in some sort of deck, right?
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alternatively, like, I don't know, would like a hyper aggro deck play this just to immediately flood board, or even then?
Oh, like the thing there is that they have both the scroll of the draw 3, discard any minions, as well as a Luneth.
Yeah, and also I guess to another point, Mage just gets for one more mana of this without your opponent drawing.
Right. So if you're playing this, you need to have a reason to have made your opponent draw 2 cards.
Yeah, basically. So, like, maybe, like you said, fatigue, which, questionable. All right,
So
moving
yeah,
on.
Cold Light was Hall of Fame.
Stargazer Luna, Mage's legendary minion. 3 mana, 2/4. After you play the rightmost card in your hand, draw a card. So, deals.
Yeah, this is so. If you think about what that's going to be doing, the rightmost card in your hand in the game of Hearthstone is going to be the most newly generated or drawn card.
Yep.
So you're going to be like, or if you have no hand, it's the only card in your hand. So if you do have a deck that's like very low cost spells and such, and Stargazer Luna is your second to last card, here you go.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm guessing what you probably are doing with this is you're probably on something aggressive that you're either just flooding minions out, or you're just keep rapid firing burn spells to your opponent's face.
Yeah, there is some oddity about like, again, the rightmost card in your hand is always going to be the newest generated. So like the card above that's add 2 random minions to your hand, like one of those is going to be the most rightmost, and then the other one's going to be like, well, you lost the flip, sort of.
Right.
But yeah, this is really damn strong, extremely strong. Letting your last card in your hand like draw. This is I don't think this is just warp.
Right.
This is a lot stronger than warp.
Yeah. So this is a card you save till you're on have a decent amount of mana in your hand to get your
You
most
save till you
value.
have a decent amount of mana, and you have like a really cheap card in the far right spot.
Right.
So.
All right. Moving on to Mage's next card, Cosmic Anomaly, common minion, 4 mana, 4/3 elemental with spell damage +2.
Oh goodness!
So
Talked about how this is pretty powerful in the first place.
1 more mana on your Soot Spewer for 1 more attack and 1 more spell damage as an elemental.
I remember having to reach so hard and play like the 2/2 Kobold that had this text in a couple decks.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
2/2
this
or
is
more.
finally spell damage +2 at a cost that might be affordable, although it's still just a 4/3 body is generally what you're playing at 3 instead of 4. But
Right, you're paying a little bit more for it. These cards, Celestial Emissary and Cosmic Anomaly, are the 2 cards that make me think Shooting Star might have a place, because all of a sudden Shooting Star for 3 looks like a real way to do some board sweeping.
yep. I feel okay about this card. Probably playable in Arena if I have a decent amount of spells, which in Mage is...
It's a little below curve on its body, which kind of sucks in Arena, but you do what you can.
Yep. All right. Next card, Unexpected Results, and this card gets the award for worst templating in the entire set. 4 mana epic spell. Summon 2 random 2-cost minions. Improved by spell damage. So what this means is that your spell damage ups the X cost part. So if you have, say, you just played Cosmic Anomaly for spell damage +2, Unexpected Results will say summon 2 random 4-cost minions.
Right, but it's very silly seeing it say the word 2 twice and then just, yeah, by the way, one of those is upgraded. This is what they have to do though to make the templating function on it. Yeah, this is a real reason to be playing the spell damage stuff, because when this is summoning 4-cost minions, that's real big.
Yeah. Now, how would you feel about this just as 4 mana, summon 2 random 2-drops?
Yeah, I'd still probably play it.
Yeah, I think so.
Because I've played, I won't be happy at it at that point because it'll probably be like okay, and has a chance of being worse than okay. But like the card definitely has, more going on than that,
Right.
which is
And
makes it real.
Shredder math, so hope for Millhouses, hope against Doomsayers.
Yeah, or maybe hope for Doomsayer, who knows?
Right.
Hope for
What a
Doomsayer and Noyabot, let's do it.
what a weird card, but I think decently strong. All right.
Yeah.
Moving on, Meteorologist, rare minion, 6 mana 3/3, battle cry. For each card in your hand, deal 1 damage to a random enemy.
I really like this one. Like, if you have a deck that's just really slow and plotting, and you have a hand that's like 9 cards, you just get like this. You get infinite bees out of this, and like you can max 9, maybe 10 actually.
A Lunas.
Well, no. I was thinking like Stargazer Luna, like drawing the 10th card after this, but this is with Luneth as well exists, making this a lot stronger.
Fired 10 missiles or 9 missiles.
Yeah.
Cap at 9, but I don't know. This seems variant in its level of power, and also what the heck? This is Druid's mechanic.
Again, that Druid mechanic like shouldn't have been Druids in the first place. I don't even know what it was doing there. So.
Fair, but I guess this is a reason to play both players draw 2 if you really want to have a full hand. But like, I think it's okay.
Yep. I like it.
I'm not as enthused by it as you are, just because 6 mana 3/3. But I don't know. I think I wouldn't like it in Arena because this seems like a miserable top deck. But if you're actually playing a constructed deck, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. All right, moving on to. Oh, do you have any more thoughts? Or
No. I was just gonna say we're moving on to. I mentioned one of the themes of this set is like cheating Malagos into play, or things like that. Here we go again.
Yeah. Well, this one not quite as much, but Astromancer, Mage Epic, 7 mana 5/5, Battlecry, summon a random minion with cost equal to your hand size. So yeah, it could in theory be Malagos, but it could be like any 9-drop, even out of class things.
Right. This thing's scary as hell, though. By the way, the Malagos thing is mostly a joke. At if you play this on a full hand, you do have the chance of it. But my goodness, you can like. You remember Faceless
Summoner?
I
think that's
which was a 6 mana 5/5 that summoned a 3-cost minion.
Yep.
And remember how that was literally the most busted thing you could do in Arena.
Yeah, 3 cost. So, what's the expectation then for
Or if you're, I don't know, if you've been playing Standard in any amount in the last, like, or Constructed in any amount in the last, like, 6 months, and you've seen Spiteful Summoner.
Yeah.
Alarm bells on this might be going off.
Let me pull that one up, too. Yeah.
So,
yeah. Spiteful Summoner, pretty good. Again, that one you can build your deck around. So really the question with this lady is, what exactly, I guess, what's the number of cards you want in hand for basically getting value off this?
Well,
I'd say 3, like to just use Faceless Summoner as a point of comparison.
Yeah, if you're Faceless Summoner, then you're a little worse than Faceless Summoner on 3. For 4, you're doing better, and then like everything above that is going to be like, on 5 or 6, you're probably getting a 10/10 worth of body, unless you roll the 1 and get like the 1/1 on there. And hey, maybe you get the 7 and you do get the Antonitis. Who knows?
Yeah. Again, though, rare because it could be for any class in the game. So maybe
Right.
like five's what you want because you could get like Doom Guards and Earth Elementals or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Like there's a lot of variance on the evolve targets. Evolve math is a thing that has sort of been gone through a lot because of, unstable evolution, knowing what exists charged. There's a lot of math done there. I just think that this is a very, very strong variant on like Fightful Summoner.
Right.
So I think you want to have this on the near the top of it. Obviously 9 is the max you can do
Right.
on this because of how, unless you have something else helping it.
Yeah, and again, poor as if you're in top decking mode.
Yeah, if you're top decking, then this is a 7 mana 5/5 that comes with a Wisp.
Yep.
So you're probably building your deck to avoid that.
And final mage card, and I'm not sure how this is the Malagos what the heck nonsense.
Yeah, this is the actual Malagos what the heck nonsense card.
Luna's Pocket Galaxy, 7 mana legendary spell. Change the cost of all minions in your deck to 1.
Druid has to go through a quest to get this, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Mage. Yeah.
Okay, so now your Antonitis and your 1/1s, they're your someday I'll be just like yous. All cost 1 as long as they run in your deck. So yeah, I want to say every class gets some sort of almost every class gets like some sort of Malleus bullshit card.
Now, continue.
I was just saying this is it. This is very much it.
Yeah.
So.
Now, can be inconsistent because this is a one of, and you have to draw this before you draw your combo pieces you're trying to cheapen.
Right. So the hope is what you want to build your deck to work is so that you have like multiple combo pieces, right? So like maybe you drew some of them, but your others all cost 1, so your combo functions.
Yeah.
Which is why I bring up the Antonitis, Sorcerer's Apprentice stuff.
Just hope this isn't like bottom of your deck or something, but I guess if that happens, that happens. This seems like you can do a lot of stupid nonsense into this. Also, I think even though I'd be 0 for 1ing myself, I'd still play this in Arena as well. If I have a lot of big minions. Well,
yeah.
I guess
I don't know, because you'd have to be on 7 to play this, right?
Yeah, and if you end up getting to top decking mode, then the fact that they cost 1 doesn't matter. So maybe not in Arena, but I don't know, is there a way you can easily just turbo this thing out? Or early in the game?
Best I can think is discover it or get it out of somewhere, leyline, manip it, and then make it 5.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I guess discover this out of, doesn't Mage just get discover a spell and reduce its cost?
Yeah, glyph.
Glyph.
Oh god. So glyph it, then make it cost 3. You can glyph it and then it's all ready, just 5, so.
Yeah.
Just do that.
Okay, anyways, Mage overall, spell damage.
They have
draw
takes on things, which is at least I like the fact that they're doing something new in the direction with Mage.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the spell damage stuff, but there seems to be a lot of value generation between Astral Rift and Unexpected Results and Stargazer Luna.
I doubt random spells should pull legendaries. Why, President Arc? I categorically deny that. Why would you not be able to pull a legendary spell when you can pull legendary minions off of anything else?
Yeah. Can you discover quests?
You can't, but that's a class of card that is very, very specifically made to not be you build your deck around a quest. You don't have to build your deck around a legendary spell.
Yeah, I think you can just pull legendary spells from random effects. Why wouldn't you be able to?
I think it would be very weird if you couldn't.
Yep.
So.
Alright, so Mage overall definitely gets some kind of WTF strong stuff, and then there's some... I don't know what deck's playing Research Project.
Again, that's sort of a lot of this. It's something weird here. Something's got to be going good with this, right? So.
Yeah. Alright. Moving on to Paladins. Starting off with Auto Defense Matrix. 1 mana secret, common. When one of your minions is attacked, give it Divine Shield.
this is pretty damn real.
Yeah. Like, this is often a better, like, get down. Like, suddenly, no, it's not a trade. You just lose your guy.
Right, like, it's very similar to get down, with the exception of not saving your face. This is like, you might be like a 3-3 or a 4-4 that all of a sudden was getting attacked, and whoops.
Yeah, so, don't attack paladin minions. That seems kind of,
No, attack the smallest one first,
Yeah, basically. Yeah, this seems good. Also, I think this is the only secret in the set. In the entire set.
Yeah, there was nothing in Mage, there was nothing in Hunter, and we all know rogue secrets are fake, so... Does this proc if your minion already had Divine Shield? I don't know. Generally, secrets don't trigger if they can't do an effect, but...
Good question. I guess science will find out. So, moving on, we're going to see a lot more magnetic here in Paladin, because Hunter had only one of them. But, Glowtron. 1/3 mech for 1 mana with magnetic. Common. You know what? Totally fine with this as a minion or as a magnetic spell, because as a minion, this is just the cheap mech you want to put buffs onto. And as magnetic, sure, I'll pay 1 mana to give something like +1/+3.
Right, because that's like, it's like a divine strength, but bigger, or able to hold a lot more of the magnetic stuff. And there's some real magnetic stuff, so...
Yeah, this seems real. Next, the Paladin Legendary, Crystal Smith Kangor. 2 mana, 1/2, with Divine Shield, Lifesteal, and your healing is doubled.
Okay, so...
So you're supposed to put buffs on this guy, right?
Yeah, you would have to if you want to, but like this is one of the like extremely good targets for buffs on it. You have Steed on this. Like, are you killing the player who has Steed on this?
Yeah, okay, Steed. Right, Steed is still around.
Yeah, the +2/+6 taunt spell, so that would make this a 3/8, or even just like ring the bells. Magnetic, we cannot take the time to re-explain magnetic at every point, but the quick of it is when you play it to the left of a mech, it attaches to that mech and, like, gives it its stats and text. There's a lot more to it than that, though.
Yeah, but it's basically choose one, buff for a mech, or play it as a mech into play.
Yeah. But yeah, it's...
And gives it stats as the buff, so this would be a Glowtron as a buff, is 1 mana +1/+3 to a mech, or just 1 mana for a 1/3 mech. Anyways, but as for Kangor, yeah, you can't buff this guy with magnetic, but like again, Steed still around, and then this becomes 3 attack every time it gets hit. You're healing 6, Divine Shield, Lifesteal.
Yeah, also as a way to just like create Reno out of nowhere.
Yeah, like also you can just like, I don't know, plop this down before, if you're in Wild, like before your Forbidden Healing or your Ragnaros Light Lord, and suddenly you're healing for twice as much.
Yeah, don't let the 2 cost fool you on this. Don't play this on turn 2.
Right.
Like, this is not a 2-drop.
Yeah, definitely.
So.
Alright, speaking of this guy, ways to get it, next card, Christology. 2 mana rare spell. Draw 2 1-attack minions from your deck. So this is, yeah, it's low cost to draw, but don't be fooled because this is also narrow tutoring.
Hey, look, do you know what a 7 mana 1/1 is?
Yeah, there's a certain legendary that is a build around that is... Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what I'm thinking of, is that 7 mana 1/1.
Yes, that was my first thought with this as well. Is just, okay, tutor your combo piece, your deck needs to work. I mean, otherwise just value, like, you might just be playing aggro paladin and it's 2 copies of, like, the 1/1 Divine Shield Taunt, right?
Yeah. Or even, like, Tar Creepers, things like that.
Like...
You're the one building your deck to choose what this is grabbing.
I don't know.
So.
How real is this an even paladin?
God, 2s, 4s, and 6s that have 1 power? I
Yeah, I can't think of many.
mean, I know there, like, Drygult's Jailer is the one that comes to mind. I guess it tutors, like...
Yeah, I don't know. Also, tutors Kangor as well, but
Yeah, I would have to take more time to look at that to be able to
yeah.
immediately
Okay,
answer
okay, fair. I'm trying to keep this somewhat lightning round, so.
We never do, but we try.
But there's some value to be had here at least. I mean, 1 attack, not that much value, but again, probably a tutor.
Right. That's a big thing, is that it's a tutor, and the game has been like, it avoided this sort of effect for a very long time, but the last like couple sets has been very common. So
Yeah, I think that druid card we saw is where we can officially say they're all in on this now.
yep.
But anyways, moving on. Annoyo Module. 4 mana 2/4 or rare minion. 4 mana 2/4 mech with magnetic, divine shield, and taunt. So double size on your Annoyatron in terms of stats, and then which is probably at least somewhat real.
Yeah.
And then also has magnetic, which is just like, okay, this is kind of a mini steed kind of thing.
No, yeah. Imagine you throw this on Glowtron, or more relevantly, a card a little later. This is a very good way to defend your board. In addition to having that magnetic text, that's very relevant. Like, the big thing here to remember about this card with the magnetic, you might see like, oh, 2/4 stats, taunt. Like, this is a defensive thing, right? No. Just like throw it on something and then bump into your opponent's minion with that divine shield, just like this is like a most annoying man, or Ardent Protector, but with +2/+4.
Yeah, hands off divine shield has always been powerful.
Yeah, and asking how does this compare to Blessing of Kings? -2 attack for divine shield and taunt, but only on mechs. Like, okay.
Yeah, basically. And decent to play on its own and then drop magnetics onto it as well. Also, I don't know why you guys in the chat are hating on this flavor text. I think it's great. Every 10 seconds it asks if you want to update.
It'll actually do that in game too. So.
Okay. So play with Nozdormu so the effect never pops up. Okay.
Well, it'll ask your opponent to update.
Got it.
It's at least nice in that way.
All right, moving on. So yeah, that card seems decent. But Prismatic Lens. Is this another Hearthstone card that has the name of a Magic card? I think we can add this one to the list.
Also, you wanna find the Paladin card that is the Malleus Cheater. Here we are.
Prismatic Lens, 4 mana epic spell. Draw a minion and a spell from your deck. Swap their costs. So, yeah, you're probably you're making one card better and one card worse, right? Like, but it's also
or
just
no effect. You know, that's a possible outcome.
Yeah, true. It's also just 4 mana draw 2, which honestly, draw is not the most common thing in Paladin. Like, if you're going to be drawing cards, it usually costs 8 mana or requires your opponent to have more cards than you.
So you can try to use. So what's going to happen is there a good or bad outcome for this card? So, say I play Prismatic Lens and I draw from my deck the card Glowtron and the card Dino Size. I now have an 8 mana Glowtron in my hand that I'm basically never playing, and I have a 1 mana Dino Size in my hand, which just sets a minion to 10 power toughness. That's the sort of like best outcome for this.
Yeah. Again, I'd probably play this in Arena outright as just a form of card advantage at all. Constructed, probably have to set up for some silly things.
Right. When your opponent plays this, you have to expect something just outrageous could occur.
But even then, I don't know if this is consistent enough. for constructed.
I think we've been saying that a lot about these cards that have this style of like cost reduction thing, and I think with so many of them, some of them have to be
Right.
you know,
I guess if you have like one minion or one spell in your deck, this is guaranteed to work as long as you didn't already draw it.
right. So it could be like grab your again your dino size and grab a random minion, or maybe you do it the other way. Your only spells in your deck with this are just secrets. So you'll always draw some minion that gets swapped to one cost, because all paladin secrets obviously cost one.
And then you get your one mana.
But here's what this actually does on that level of you're only playing one minion. You want to know what this card is? I play Prismatic Lens on turn 4. The only minion in my deck is Mountain Giant. That's weird. And it swaps costs with some spell that's just stuck in my hand. And now my Mountain Giant has a base cost of 4, which just gets reduced immediately to 0, and then you play it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. You know what? Giants in general with this thing, you're probably always getting a cost reduction on.
Right, of course, and you're making an unplayable spell in your hand. You're
Okay, but this turned into like... So this is a giant, basically, for cost reduction. That's totally fine.
So
It becomes one card that's really good. Yeah, you know what? Giants and Lens, yeah, sure. That actually sounds really stupid, so probably people will play that.
yeah.
All right, moving on. Mechano Egg.
Egg. Big egg.
5 mana 05 mech at common. Death Rattle, summon an 8/8 Robosaur.
My belief is that Robosaur has no text. Just is a mech, obviously. Is that in our tokens?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull that up 1 second. Okay. Here you go. Can you see this? The Robosaur is an 8 mana 8/8 mech. I hope you all can see this.
Yep, you can see it. Okay. So yeah, just the 8/8 mech, no text, but that's here. So, yeah, this is when I talk about targets for the Divine Shield taunt thing. Here's something for it.
Yeah, sure. I mean, eggs, periodically, if you can give them attack.
Right.
Or historically, just give them attack or taunt, or both. Yeah, being a mech that you can play your magnetics onto this makes this seem real.
The being a mech is the big thing here. Absolutely. So.
Alright, next card. Shrink Ray. 5 mana rare spell. Set the attack and health of all minions to 1. So
this thing is real good.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't think it's as good as Equality, but just the ability to have more of that kind of effect. Like, it's Equality and Eadric stapled together, basically.
Right. Works with Pyromancer, works with Consecration afterwards, works with any sort of just, I'm trading across.
Right.
Yeah, it costs 5, so that is oddly relevant. Yeah, there's a lot here. So we've seen a lot of cards that are like very in on a theme, very in on like the mech thing. This is just good card for like, a control paladin deck.
Right. I mean, obviously doesn't answer problematic effect minions, but again, it's like...
Hope is that you kill them.
Yeah, I don't think it's the level of strength of Equality, but I think it's certainly good to have more of these effects around. Still strong, and as you mentioned, actually gives Odd Paladin a way to get this kind of effect.
Yeah, so. Yeah.
Seems good. Alright, moving on. Glowstone Technician. An epic minion, 6 mana 3/4. Battle Cry, give all minions in your hand +2/+2.
Oh, look.
Okay.
The goons are back.
So, immediately coming to mind is Crystal Smith Kangor that we saw already. But,
Yep.
like,
And it's even mentioned in the flavor text. So.
yeah, basically. But also, like, just have minions in your hand and this is good, basically.
Yeah, like handing off double, and we do have things like Dry Gulch that still exist. That on Death Rattle add 3/1 to your
Like,
hand.
wasn't there a paladin card that was in Arena that was like kill on sight that was like buff your entire hand of minions +1/+1 every turn? Or was that a warrior card?
No, that was a 4/4 for 5 in Paladin. There was a warrior card that was +2/+2 to 1 minion at the end of every turn. That was also kill on sight.
Right. So yeah, this is just immediate 2 activations of that 4/4.
Yeah.
Which
So this is a damn strong zone to be in. If you again, assuming you have a minion heavy deck, and maybe you have things like Crystology to draw into like these tiny minions that all of a sudden become bigger. So
yeah. Is how long can this go on still in standard?
how long can this go on? It's always in standard.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's still part of the Shutterwalk combo decks. So
Gotcha. All right. So yeah, that seems all right. I mean, again, poor top deck, but
yeah,
a lot of value. And finally, for
I think the big thing that makes in my mind the Dry Gulch is what would make this work.
yeah, and finally for our last paladin card, Kangor's Endless Army, 7-mana legendary spell. Resurrect 3 friendly mechs. They keep any magnetic upgrades. So this is also part of why I was saying Silence and Transform is going to be really valuable in this set. Because don't kill a paladin mech with buffs by just outright killing it.
I really like the flavor text. That's pretty good. um, yeah, damn, this is dangerous. Like, this alone makes the mech paladin scary.
This is Paladin's version of N'Zoth, or like
but it's on
Gul'dan. Like, yeah, and it's on 7. Like, okay, I'm terrified of this card. Like, that's my opinion.
Again, like it's very much a constructed thing. You're basically not going to see this in the arena because I doubt you're going to be seeing enough like mech/magnetics to make that function. But in constructed, you might have some like you got to kill the paladin minions, and like as a subset of like never suffer a paladin minion to live, you just need to kill them before they get magnetic on.
Right, because you can this card is hosable by basically just like, okay, you played your weak tiny mech, I'm just going to kill that and make that a possible target for this.
I guess one thing too, we've been evaluating a lot of these mech cards. When we get to neutral, we're gonna see exactly what makes these mech cards tick. That's where like the biggest subset of them are. So
yeah, but
all right.
And again, it's just magnetic upgrades, not other upgrades like Steed, but still, yeah, this is scary, and you've got to try and play around this when dealing with the Paladin. So, Paladin overall, we got mechs, we got buffs, we got shrink rays.
Yeah, we got auto defense and shrink rays.
We got some draw, some forms of draw. So,
yeah, I feel like there's some strong stuff here.
Yeah, I agree. Mech Voltron Paladin, potentially a deck. Alright. Moving on to Priest. So we'll start off with Topsy Turvy. 0-mana common spell. Swap a minion's attack and health. This is a spare part.
It costs 0.
Yeah. I mean... Okay, so here's my dumb idea. Egg Priest.
Good old Egg Priest.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this card.
the big thing with this, and probably the most you're gonna see it played, is when the glory of a new sun shows up. This is just a 0 cost. They get to cycle. Also, I'm sorry. Hold on. No, this is an inner fire. Yo, wait a minute.
Wait, this is?
Well, yeah. You go divine spirit, topsy turvy, attack you for 28.
Oh.
This is an inner fire.
Yeah, assuming it's a minion that has attack to begin with.
Which is like every minion in the game of Hearthstone, sure, other than Egg.
But, yeah, or like Lightwell, but okay, sure. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's an inner fire. That's...
Because when you play inner fire, the fact that your thing doesn't actually have 28 health doesn't matter because your opponent died.
Yeah, okay, fine. More inner fires for your inner fire priest.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that's completely fair. Next card, Test Subject. Rare minion, 1 mana 0/2, Death Rattle. Return any spells you cast on this minion to your hand. I don't like that it's an 0/2.
That's really weird. So, like, this is obviously made for, like, a couple of the cards up ahead. Priest doesn't have as much stuff that this works with.
I guess maybe this is for inner fire, not with the swapper, but just flat inner fire. Drop a bunch of buffs onto this, and if it does end up dying, you at least get them back.
If they don't silence it, I guess.
Right. But
like, again, because it's an 0/2, that's a really hard... Like, I guess, yeah, you want a power word shield, you want extra arms, as we'll see up ahead.
Right. Part of the problem is I predict silence being valued a lot higher now with magnetic around, and...
Also, you have to include an 0/2 that doesn't have, like, mech synergy, and that's
Yeah, I don't know. I guess, like, what's the best thing you're casting on this to... What are you casting on this, basically?
You thought stole a steed. And then you're just doing exactly what Paladin does.
Yeah,
so.
you know, I think thought stealing a steed has useful uses without running a 1 mana 0/2, so yeah, not great about that one. All right, moving on. Cloning device. 2 mana common spell. Discover a copy of a minion in your opponent's deck. I love this.
Okay, all right.
Information.
That's kind of nifty.
Information on your opponent and just kind of a discover. I mean, it's not a 1 mana discover like we talked about earlier, but I'm okay with a 2 mana discover if that discover is also giving me information.
Right. I think this is pretty nifty. It's very variable in its usefulness because you might run into decks where you're like, oh, sweet, I don't actually have anything I really want to steal. And then you might run into decks where it's like, I really want a second copy of this in my deck, and here we go, I can do that from you.
Yep. So I like it.
All right.
Moving on. Dead Ringer. 2 mana, 2/1 mech. Death Rattle. Draw a Death Rattle minion from your deck. So, this is Loot Hoarder as a mech and priest, and it's targeted draw of specifically Death Rattles.
Yeah, and we do know that Death Rattle Priest is the other class that gets a heavy amount of Death Rattles.
Right, and much like Hunter, they're kind of also pushing the Death Rattle theme in Priest as well. So,
I mean, Loot Hoarder with multiple upsides for it seems pretty good to me. The mech part also matters a lot, as we know, with magnetic stuff existing.
Yep.
Like, you don't want to leave this on the board because it could happen that your opponent goes magnetic and buffs it and gets in.
Yeah, so I don't feel great about the other Death Rattle, but this one, if your plan is Death Rattle Priest, this I feel good about. And would you play it in Arena? I'd play Loot Hoarder, so I guess it depends how many Death Rattles are in my deck.
I don't want a Loot Hoarder that fails to find. That would suck.
Yeah, that's true.
So we'd have to worry about, deck composition there.
Yep. All right, next card. Extra Arms. 3 mana rare spell. Give a minion +2/+2. Add more arms to your hand that gives +2/+2. Let me see if I can find that one.
Yeah, more arms is quite literally the first line of text on this card without the add another copy of it.
Yep. Pull it up so everybody can see it. So, yeah.
What's it cost them? More arms?
3 mana for +2/+2, followed by another 3 mana +2/+2. Yep. Seems okay.
I I would play this in the arena in the sense that like sound the bells or things like that are really great as ways to like surprise trade or surprise damage, and the fact that you can split it is really nice. Obviously, it's more expensive than Blessing of Kings at
Yep.
6.
Yeah,
But
but this would be too good at 2 mana for the parts.
yeah, literally the card test subject was made for.
Although I'd maybe be okay with it being 3 and 2 or 2 and 3, but I guess they want it to be consistent. So
Yep.
seems all right.
All right. We
Next
have another
card.
mechanic on the next card.
Omega Medic is our next card. So Omega, surprised we hadn't seen. I thought that there was going to be one of these in every class, but I guess not. Omega
Yeah.
is a kind of a cycle in this set or sub theme. It's basically effects that happen only if you have 10 mana crystals. So Omega Medic, rare minion, 3 mana 3/4. Battle Cry, if you have 10 mana crystals, restore 10 health to your hero.
So this is a spider tank that also like fake Renos on 10.
Yeah, I'm more gonna
So-
just call this like the best heal bot in the world, basically. Although I guess you have to be on 10 to actually heal, which you might just be dead by then if you're against aggro where you need the healing.
Right, but again, like I really like the fact that it's just like I play this on 3 and try to keep the board under control rather than healing.
Right, it's just a spider tank. Like,
Yeah, that'll get things done.
I would absolutely play this in arenas. Seems fantastic there, and then for constructed, definitely potential to be seen in decks, I assume. So
Yeah. But yeah, I'll play any number of spider tanks in arena and spider tank that gains me 10 late game.
yeah, Priest has had a number of very good spider tanks, but all right, moving on. Power Word Replicate, 5 mana epic spell. Choose a friendly minion, summon a 5/5 copy of it.
So here's the start of our shenanigans side of Priest.
Yeah, this is for your Malagos
This is your-
Malagos shenanigans again.
Or Velen, usually in Priest, but
Velen.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess also more is like if you're doing like I guess resurrect priest and you're just like want more copies of good things to resurrect or
The thing about this card is that even if you're not doing some sort of shenanigan with it, you're copying a minion you already control that's probably you put in your deck that you like, and then you get a 5/5, which is slightly below curve, like just ever so slightly. It's better, not Pit Fighter, but could have some relevant text. So
yeah, it's probably going to see its most uses in combo decks, but
yep.
how about you just get another obsidian statue out?
Yeah. Speaking of cards that are most likely to see uses in combo decks,
Next card, Reckless Experimenter, epic minion, 5 mana 4/6. With Death Rattle minions you play, cost 3 less, but die at the end of turn. So, Turbo Statue, or alternatively, actually could have benefits with things like Sylvanas Windrunner and Wild, or, again, my suggestion, Egg Priest.
yeah, Egg Priest with this is the thing that I think is the silliest. Or Cube.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
right,
Cube's the real thing with this.
Yeah, Cube is the other really stupid one.
Right, that Cube's the other card that Power Word Replicate also copies on like again, there's all these shenanigans, and we've been talking about like Velen Malagos stuff, but Cube shenanigans are like what Standard is made of these days.
Right.
So,
Yeah, actually, Squirrel Token in the chat raises a good point. How about Cube Egg?
Cube Egg. That'd work.
Yeah, this card seems like you could do some very stupid things with this. And also 5 mana 4/6 is a fine body.
Yep.
Alright. And again, Death Rattle Priest as well. Something they seem to be pushing here. Alright, next card. Zarek, Master Cloner. 6 mana 5/5 legendary. With Death Rattle. If you've cast any spells on this minion, re-summon it. So,
That gets dangerous pretty quick.
yeah, I was just going to say, here's a spell I could cast on this. Power Word Shield.
Yeah,
Like,
this is a much better payoff than the test subject in my mind.
yeah, it's just a... This thing won't die if you play any buffs on this, so just keep putting buffs on it, and I guess your opponent could kill it twice in one turn to actually get rid of it, but, like, oof, this guy sticks around.
Yep. Yeah, you can even topsy-turvy it for no reason.
Yeah. Seems good. Like, there's a lot of stuff. Like, gosh, this was like N'Zoth, or I don't know. But speaking of things that are probably good with N'Zoth, for final card, Zarek's Cloning Gallery. 9 mana legendary spell. Summon a 1/1 copy of each minion in your deck. So either like Death Rattle Priest, you just get a bunch of 1/1s that could potentially have good Death Rattles, or revive them with N'Zoth if it's wild, or alternatively you're playing Resurrect Priest and you just get suddenly a ton of really good Resurrect targets show up.
And it's a copy. It doesn't like pull them out. It doesn't Usarja.
Yeah, Obsidian Statue, again, is just a thing that can pop off out of this. So you're probably clearing some things with it as well. And also you're just like building potentially up to 7/7 of board with it too.
Right. Like this is again another one of those like, yeah, 9 mana. How'd you get this far without finishing your quest? You're fine. Whatever. So yeah, this is damn strong.
Yeah. This maybe try to kill priests before 9 if you can.
I mean, that's generally the plan, right? You don't want to let them actually get to their quest and then get back up to 40.
Yeah. Seems good. Would you play this in Arena
Yes.
for just the 1/1 board presence?
I would want to have Death Rattle cards again that went around it. And honestly, I would play it. There are many other legends I would pick over it though.
Yeah, that's fair.
I guess is the thing. I would accept it. I would be fine playing it. It'd be pretty scary for if my deck is built around it, it'd be a little scarier. But in the arena, that's harder to do.
Yep.
So.
All right. So priest overall, Death Rattle, some Resurrect, some combo shenanigans, some buffing plan shenanigans. A good spider tank.
I don't even know what's going on with a lot of priest here. Like test subject's a bit weird to me. There's some stuff that's like the whole test subject sub theme seems really weird because that's not really a thing. I don't know. We'll see.
Yep. So, yeah, I think there's some good stuff here. Overall, so far, all the classes seem to get at least somewhat decent stuff. Nothing seems to be getting a short end of the stick yet. So, with that in mind, let's move on to Rogue, a class that historically often gets a short end of a stick. We'll start off with Lab Recruiter. More Zoltan Borosard. Common minion, 2 mana 3/2, Battle Cry, shuffle 3 copies of a friendly minion into your deck. So, Gang Up is now on a body.
Yeah, we put Gang Up on a Raptor. It's friendly instead of any, but
yeah,
you're the one who's...
You know this can actually be better with, like, the ability to bounce this to your hand and keep doing this, right? Which is the thing Rogue does.
Shadow Step it. Yeah. Oh, God. Like, so this is the... Like, there's a lot of cards we've seen that are like, oh, no, rip Cold Light. This is why Cold Light died.
Yeah. You can still do this with Cold Light and Wild, by the way, but,
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't know if Mill Rogue is so real, but, like, I don't know. What's a good thing to play with this? Like, Brew?
Just put 3 more Vile Spines in your deck. I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Like, oof,
Yeah, so actually, next we'll see a card that possibly was meant to be played with this. Pogo Hopper. Rare minion. 2 mana 1/1 mech. Battle Cry. Gain +2/+2 for each other Pogo Hopper you play to this game. So, I see the intent they're going for. I'm not actually sure it's good.
Same here. I think it's bad Jade.
Because you have to go 2 mana 1/1, 2 mana 3/3. That's okay, but you've had to go into effort for that, and then you have to actually shuffle in to start getting like the 2 mana 5/5 or so on.
Right, and like from there, you need some other thing to get past the two of them, unless you shadow step them.
Right, you can just. That's also spending a card just as to buff a thing +2/+2, but yeah. So really what I'm thinking is, well, see, here's the other thing that doesn't work is like, say, okay, well, if I'm going to be playing lots of the same minion, let's play the Crystal Caves with this. except that makes them smaller.
Maybe this is like fair Jade then, because you have to actually work at it, and then.
Is fair Jade any good though?
It's a mech.
Yeah, I'll have to see if Rogue cares about mechs.
Yeah,
if you are just caring about it being a mech for magnetic, you can probably do better than a 2 mana 1/1. But
certainly.
So yeah, I don't know if this is real. I think the Recruiter is real. I don't know if the Pogo Hopper is real. Basically, play this in that Tavern Brawl where your whole deck is like 2 cards, right? All right. Next card, Necrium Blade, 3 mana weapon, rare, 3/2, Death Rattle, trigger the Death Rattle of a random friendly minion. So, I guess Rogue cares about Death Rattle too in this set?
Well, they have historically cared about Death Rattle in a lot of sets.
Yeah, Raptor, that's true.
Like, they're not, when I think of Death Rattles, I think of Hunter first. I used to think of Rogue second, but Priest took second, and I think of Rogue third.
Mm-hmm.
The big thing about this card is that you control when the weapon dies most of the time. So you can be like, I play this on 3, I attack with it, and then on 4, I play some sort of big Death Rattle, attack with the weapon again, and then you trigger the Death Rattle.
Yep. So, I don't know, maybe we'll have to keep an eye out for, I don't remember offhand which Death Rattles Rogue gets in this set, but, keep an eye out for that. As for existing stuff, there's like, if you were in Wild, you'd probably have some good targets. If you're in Standard, I don't know. Can I just fall back and say Egg again?
No, I mean, like, I always think of things like Huckster, but you also have access to, like, Zarl is one that sees play, Pillager, things like that.
Right, if you're in Wild, but I don't know. Does Rogue really get much Death Rattle in Standard right now?
No, we'll see.
Yeah, that's a question. All right, next card, Violet Haze. Common spell, 3 mana. Add 2 random Death Rattle cards to your hand. Random, any class.
Right.
You know what? Value generation? Sure, seems good.
Yeah, and the any class means that you get a lot of, again, like something that like goes with Necrom Blade that might be you weren't expecting.
Yeah, so, I don't know. This reminds me a lot of Burgle.
Yeah, a little bit.
But Death Rattle, which if you're actually doing a Death Rattle plan, like we just saw with that weapon, might be relevant.
You're gonna be on plan, so.
Also, I appreciate the flavor text Elite Tauren Chieftain's next hit single.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, seems decent. I mean, and definitely an arena play for just value generation. All right.
Yeah.
Moving on. Academic Espionage. Epic spell, 4 mana. Shuffle 10 cards from your opponent's class into your deck. They cost 1. You thought I was going to fatigue.
Yeah, like, this is the most anti-fatigue thing I've seen in a while. Like, goddamn. There's also some very powerful ways to there's a single spell I think of later that makes this a little better.
Yeah, there is a certain legendary rogue spell in this set that this could probably be pretty good with.
Yeah, this is an amazing arena card, probably. This is not from your opponent's deck, it is from class, which is the way that historically, the difference between rogue theft and priest theft is that priest steals from the deck, rogue steals from the class.
Yeah, it's just from the opponent's class. So you're getting who knows what. It could be crap or it could be gold or who knows. But
Yeah.
for I don't know about this for Arena because on the one hand you're making your deck better by putting in lots of things that cost one, which is probably more value than the things actually are. On the other hand, you're going down a card to do it,
Right. You need to have some way of making that work.
and there's no actual guarantee the cards you're shuffling in are good. I do like this flavor text though. The 10th Pyroblast really felt like overkill.
Like, oh God, all right, we got there. All right.
Yeah, that seems good though. In the right deck. So the next card, Blight Nozzle Crawler, rare minion, 4 mana 2/4 mech, Death Rattle, summon a 1/1 ooze with Poisonous and Rush. I really don't like that this says Death Rattle.
I mean, if this said Battle Cry, it would be the best Vile Spine Slayer in the world, right? Like,
Right, but it's like Death Rattle, so your opponent's just like, okay, you have a 1/1, I kill it with like hero power. And this is a 4 mana 2/4.
right? So you have to make it like you have to find ways to make it
Like
function.
you have to have Necrium Blade out about to die or something. Like I don't know. I think this is underwhelming. Workable but underwhelming.
Yeah, I think if you get it to function, or if you have a like Necrium Blade, or like even Magnetic works well with this.
Yeah. Basically, why isn't this in Hunter who gets the thing that lets you trigger a Death Rattle on your Mac?
Oh my God. Well, I mean, because of how Rogue actually is a Death Rattle class. I stand by that.
I don't know. I just feel comparing this to like Spider Bomb and like feel sad. But sure. All right, next card.
I wish it had Magnetic, I guess. If it had Magnetic, I would that get rid of a lot of your problems with it?
Yeah, kind of.
Because then, like, you can put it on a body that's a lot less likely to die.
Yep.
So.
And also, you could immediately attack with this and immediately get its Death Rattle. Yeah, this almost feels like a card that had Magnetic at one point and they took it off.
So.
All right, moving on. Crazed Chemist. Not a kooky chemist, but a crazed chemist. And not a crazed alchemist either. Common minion, 5 mana 4/4. Combo, give a friendly minion +4 attack.
Got some cold blood in there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel great about 5 mana 4/4. And, I mean, yeah, it's value if you actually do get the combo off. 8/4 in stats for 5 seems good. But enables a trade, but also comboing into a 5 is tough.
I think this is real strong. I mean, comboing into a 5 is not something that we think of as a big problem with, like, Vile Spine.
Yeah, I guess compare this to Dark Iron Dwarf. The chat's saying is a good point.
Yeah, like, you can get this to combo, and the thing is that +4 attack is not, like, until end of turn or something. If you can actually put that on something that's sticking around, or just even the fact that it's 4 extra damage trading up, coin 5 is real strong with this.
Yeah, okay. So probably a decent arena. Decent, strong arena card.
Yeah, I don't see this as much of a constructed piece because, but...
Yeah. It almost reminds me of, there was like I think Rogue had a while back, it was like a 5 mana combo Boulder Fist Ogre. Do you remember that guy?
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of that a little bit. Alright, next Rogue card. Their legendary minion, Myra Rot Spring. 5 mana 4/2. Battle Cry. Discover a Death Rattle minion. Also gain its Death Rattle.
Now this is dangerous in a lot of different ways. It's card generation, so you put a body on the board, you make up the card advantage immediately, and you also get to immediately put that body on the board, sort of, if it has a meaningful Death Rattle.
Now, again, Death Rattle or Discover makes it inclined to show you Rogue Death Rattles, which I guess in this case it's going to be heavily high chance of seeing Blight Nozzle Crawler. But that aside, like, there's plenty of good neutral death rattles you can hope for. So,
well, in standard right now, as far as death rattles go, you've got Cobalt Illusionist, the summon a 1/1 copy of a minion from your hand, which you would already have a death rattle minion in your hand to copy, maybe even Cobalt Illusionist, which gets funny at that point. You have Sherzan, you have Bone Baron, you've got the Rush Pirate that draws a combo card from your deck. And then you have all the generic ones in neutral, different eggs, Thalnos, all the different golems and things like that. Or even I think Bone Drake or Karen Bloodhoof would be the scarier ones with this.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, at that point, you're getting decent value. I think this is probably a better card in Wild, but
I think it's still a very powerful card because at the end of the day, it's a 5-mana 4/2 that draws a card
and has a death rattle that might also get you a drawn card in value.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, that's fair. And again, I guess these are ways to start getting death rattles so this could be a potentially decent one with Necrium Blade.
Yep.
Honestly, though, thinking back to Necrium Blade, now that I think we've seen all the rogue death rattle in this set, probably the more relevant thing about Necrium Blade in Arena is just 3-mana 3/2 weapon.
That's the big part of it, is that I would play it without the text, so I'll play it with the text.
So, yeah. Anyways, moving on to our last cards of Rogue. Rogue's legendary spell, Myra's Unstable Element. 5-mana spell, draw the rest of your deck. So you're going to Fatigue, except you're probably not going to Fatigue because you're shuffling in 10 one-cost cards. But, yeah, this seems good. Yeah, you're immediately fatiguing, but, basically play any low-cost aggro deck with this.
I disagree heavily. I think that this barely fits into any deck. You immediately go into Fatigue and start dying. Also notable in Hearthstone, you have a hand size limit. It's 10. You'll burn the rest of your deck. You need to be in a deck that is intending to play this and winning either on that turn or replacing the deck. Because if you're playing an aggro deck and you give up your 5, you or something like that, to just do nothing, that's a really good way to lose.
Okay, that's a fair point I didn't think of. I guess I was thinking, who cares about the fatigue? You're aggro, so you have to win quick anyways. But so maybe this is you've got your board. Maybe you're not playing this on 5. You're not playing this on 5. You're playing this after 5. But maybe this is just I need that extra reach, and I have to draw my burn spells remaining in my deck.
I guess, but there are other ways to do that within the class itself. Even if you're looking to draw Eviscerate, there are tutors for those. If you're looking to really, I think this combo specifically with the add 10 cards to your deck, and then some other type of combo. The other thing is you can't use this in a combo deck because if you play it early and burn off your combo pieces, whoops.
Yeah, no, I don't think combo or controls where you want this. Again, I'm thinking, I still think it'll see play in an aggro deck just to draw your reach, but
a Luneth. The thing with a Luneth is that a Luneth doesn't put you in fatigue immediately, you know?
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm sure it will do something. How do you force your opponent to play it? That's the
right. So you empty your deck, and then you togwaggle, right?
Huh?
I don't know.
But yeah, I think a lot of the time this card is just going to say immediately lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think in many situations it's not a good card. I think there are decks that might want to play this though.
Yeah.
Anyways, and our last Rogue card, kind of amazing that Rogue tops at 5 in this set, but Necrium Vial, epic spell, trigger a friendly minion's death rattle twice. So if there's a cube shenanigans card in this set, if I've ever seen one, it's this one.
Here we go. You did Like when we were on the last page, you were asking for a way to trigger death rattles on your turn, like Feign Death, and here we are. This is definitely the cube shenanigans card set in the here, though.
Yeah. This seems pretty silly. Like, extremely silly. Like, forget the weapon. This is what you're doing.
Yeah, you're probably doing this with some sort of dumb cube thing where you put I don't even know what you put in the cube. You put a goblin bomb in the cube.
Yeah. And you put a cube in the cube.
Oh goodness. It's kind of crazy how cube has changed Hearthstone significantly.
Yeah. Anyways, Rogue overall, pretty heavy in on two things, death rattle and like the shuffling things into your deck thing.
Yeah, good luck fatiguing a rogue unless they do it themselves.
Yeah, basically. I don't think Pogo Hopper's real. Like, there's no other mech support here, even though the crawler's a mech, and I'm not agree about that.
Yeah.
All right. But, hey, they've done a lot worse to Rogue in some other sets, so... Overall, I'd still say it holds that no classes feel, like, really poor yet, so... Let's take a look at Shaman now. So Shaman is kind of a class that's a little bit in need of some love right now. In Standard, because it's lost a lot of things recently. Like, it does Shudderwalk, and that's about it right now, right?
I've still seen it around from what I've heard from other people, but it is also like Shudderwalk decks have evolved to different directions.
All right.
But yeah, definitely could use some things here. And here we've got Beakered Lightning.
Yep. So Beakered Lightning, common spell, 0 mana, deal 1 damage to all minions, overload 2. So overload version of Whirlwind. Does this have to say all? Like, would this be too good if it was said enemy?
Yeah, it bothers me that doesn't say all in all caps. I know that we've moved past the point where they do that anymore, but it still bugs me.
Oh, no, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about, like...
Oh, yeah.
Can't this be Arcane Explosion instead of Whirlwind?
Agreed, probably.
Like, Shaman had it too, an Arcane Explosion with upside, right? In, Portal.
Yeah.
So, like, I guess maybe they were worried, like, too good with spell damage totem?
Well, that is what always pumps up things like this. I think this is also a spell you're going to be seeing a lot because one of the other cards that is kind of holding Shaman up right now is their not Death Knight hero, the other hero they have. That's whenever you play a minion generate a random spell. Yeah. And so you'll just be seeing this at random.
I already forget what Hagatha does. Permanent hero power?
When you play a minion, you get a random spell in your hand.
Oh.
Shaman spell.
Not the other way around? Okay.
Yeah, it's when you play a minion, generate a spell.
Okay. So you just will often get this generated, sure.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I think this is great. I mean, 0 mana cards are powerful, so... Alright, moving on. Voltaic Burst. 1 mana spell, rare. Summon 2 1/1 Sparks with Rush. Overload 1. Now this is something nice, I think. So we've had, like, I think Druid and Paladin have both had 1 mana summon 2 1/1s, right? So these have Rush. Yeah, there's an overload on there, but it's only overload 1. This is kind of removal or board, whichever way you like it. So
that's probably the neatest part about this is that it's
actually
it's like being able to choose either side of the
and actually let me pull up because it's relevant. Spark, 1 mana 1/1 Rush, elemental. So they are elementals for things that care about elementals and Shaman. I know it's usually cares if you played an elemental, which this won't count as, but still could potentially relevant. Anyways, I think this is good, but
I like cheap spells.
Yeah. I mean, technically it's not as much like damage value as Lightning Bolt for removal, but you can split it. You can keep it as a board.
Yeah.
I think it's good. All right, moving on.
Also, we'll be seeing there's both of these really cheap spells with overload have a couple reasons to exist.
Yeah, Overload is a mini theme in Shaman the Set, and Sparks as well is a kind of recurring thing that we'll be seeing more of. But all right. So next card, Elementary Reaction, common spell, 2 mana, draw a card, copy it if you played an elemental last turn.
All
So
right.
okay, draw 2, but you basically have to play an elemental last turn to have this turn on, because otherwise 2 mana, cycle, and do nothing else is just, you're paying 2 more mana for a card. But
Right.
yeah, this seems fine. You know, Shaman had a 2 mana draw 2 with a somewhat steep overload on it before.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that the draw copy can be really powerful in the sense that like you get extra like copies of a card in your deck. You know?
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
It's 2 copies of the same spell, so it's like Thistle Tea or whatever that card was.
yeah, it's sort of like Thistle Tea or Mimic Pod. Mimic
Right.
Pod's probably the
Mimic
biggest.
Pod. That's the one. You're right.
So
But requires elementals, which I guess we'll see how real that is. But I think they're kind of pushing that, considering it looks
answer.
like there's 4 cards on this page alone that says elemental on it. But
yeah.
all right, so yeah, how about this guy? Menacing Nimbus, common minion, 2 mana, 2/2 elemental. Battle cry, add a random elemental to your hand.
This here is what
This is great.
this is sort of the elemental Hearthstone card these days. Square stats, generate a card to replace itself the moment you play it.
Right.
This is extremely good because, you know, that's good stuff.
Yeah, it's like Huckster, but you get the value immediately, and also counts as an elemental to probably turn on whatever elemental it generated for next turn.
Yep.
Yeah, real good, and I'd play any number of these in Arena as well.
Yeah, really like this is a very these days this is a very common thing in Hearthstone, is having these sort of square stats and like a generation or draw effect, and they're always strong cards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somewhere Kaz is screaming off stream, but all right. All right, next Shaman card, Omega Mind. 2 mana, 2/3, epic. Battle Cry, if you have 10 mana crystals, your spells have lifesteal this turn. So,
Right.
mini
Another
Halazeel,
Omega.
tiny
Yeah,
little,
mini Halazeel, very much.
for 1 turn. Also just a Crocolisk, so sure. Seems alright, although I don't know how relevant that effect actually is. Like,
Well, it's a way to make like you play this and then like any sort of lightning storm, volcano, and you just go back to full.
yeah, basically. So for late game control Shaman, although is the life gain going to be relevant when you're already on 10? Maybe. Kind of the same question we had with the priest one, but
I guess that this is very similar to the priest one in that sense. But the idea is that you can at least still play this as your river Crocolisk and be like, yeah, sure, whatever.
yeah, basically. So, all right. Next card, Shaman's Legendary Minion, Electra Storm Surge, 3 mana, 3/3 elemental. Battle Cry, your next spell this turn casts twice. All right.
I like that flavor text.
So what are we casting twice? Like,
A coin?
use me for the coin? Yeah, okay, that's good. So like, I don't know, Volcano's probably a good one. Invisible
Double volcanoes like overkill, right?
Invisible Wolves, even potentially Lightning Storm, like probably sweepers or just value generating spells. Like,
Well, if I go ahead and take a look at standard legal spells for here, the big thing is that you could use this as a finisher in the sense that you just like play this and then just go like lava burst to the dome twice. The other thing that I think of is Lesser Sapphire Stone, Spellstone, which you can just like copy something like 6 copies of a minion or five, I guess, with this.
yeah, like target itself and just get a full board of 3/3s.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, the lava burst to the dome, which is effectively a pyroblast, seems like a good finisher element as well.
Right.
In addition to what you were saying about making sure your sweeper is just hella sweep.
Yeah, and you know what? Electro Lava Burst is probably cheaper than Doomhammer plus Rockbiter weapons, so yeah, that could be real. Alright, next card, Storm Chaser. Rare minion, 4 mana, 3/4 elemental. Battlecry, draw a spell from your deck that costs 5 or more. So again, more. This is both the value stats to like play a body that then cycles itself for value,
Yep.
as well as the like narrow tutoring we've also seen in this set.
It's grabbing Volcano.
Yeah.
I think the only actual targets you have are Volcano, Spellstone, and a couple of the spells in this set, which you might actually be doing something with some of the spells in this set. We'll see how.
Yeah, and then
At an elemental, as all of these have been, except for Omega Mind.
maybe Bloodlust potentially as well, but
Oh yes, Bloodlust. I guess Bloodlust would be another doubler as well. You could use as a out of nowhere kill.
yeah, that's true. Also as an elemental, which again relevant. Speaking of elementals, next card, Thunderhead. Epic, 4 mana, 3/5 elemental. After you play a card with Overload, summon 2/1/1 sparks with Rush.
And here's the payoff card for things like Voltaic Burst or Beakered Lightning.
Yeah, good thing it says after, because otherwise with Beakered Lightning that doesn't work.
Yep.
But, yeah. I mean, Shaman generally just plays Overload cards, so adding extra value on all of them seems good.
It's a pretty decent stat line body. This reminds me a lot of Violet Teacher, but better in some very meaningful ways.
Yeah, that's basically exactly what this is, isn't it?
I mean, you get 2 of them. They have Rush, but it's on a smaller subset of cards. That isn't spells. It says Overload, not spell with Overload, so minions still work with it as well.
Yep. Seems decent.
So this could definitely have a build around.
Yeah. I mean, summon a big enough board, and I guess does Shaman care about things dying, or maybe not in this set, but
Yeah, we'll have to see.
all right. Next card, Eureka. Rare, 6 mana spell. Summon a copy of a random minion from your hand. So once
it's been a
again,
while since we have our Malagos card for
yeah,
that.
seems to be a running thing with silly Malagos cards.
God. So this is Ancestors Chosen, but like without the horrible drawback of sometimes you lose because your opponent slams down the wrong thing. And also it makes a copy, doesn't actually play the actual card from your hand.
Yep.
So yeah, even outside of like obvious Malagos shenanigans, like if you have some sort of high drop in your hand and that's all you have, this is a 6 mana copy of it. So
Yep. Again, have to actually draw a combo, but seems that you can do some
Also,
silly things.
tutorable.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is fair.
So
Would you play this in Arena?
I would have to have real big stuff. I would very likely not want to be playing this in Arena because a lot of the times it's going to be unreliable. Arena, a lot of your cards are low cost.
Yep.
So, and then if this makes a copy of River Crocolisk, you're like, oh. Well.
Yeah, you're probably likely to have multiple minions in hand. Probably too inconsistent for there. Okay, and our last Shaman card, it's legendary spell, the Stormbringer. 7 mana spell. Transform your minions into random legendary minions. So this is a fun card. I'm not sure it's a good card. I guess if your board is like a bunch of sparks and totems, it's a great card.
All of a sudden it's huge, you know, you play you have like just a bunch of odds and ends in play from garbage, and then all of a sudden, by the way, it's a bunch of legends. We found out, as time has shown, there are a lot of bad legends.
Yeah, like this isn't
Um,
necessarily good, but
but a lot of the time when you're upgrading, 1/1s, O2s, things like that, there are a lot of ways to make this work. Shaman is one of the classes that tends to be able to keep board presence, and they use evolve. They even have evolve as their death knight. So
right. The difficult thing being that this is 7, and the things won't get to attack after you play it.
yeah,
But you're potentially getting like turning your 0 drop into a 7 drop. You've gotten
it
your
seems
7.
very, very exciting.
Yeah, definitely. Worth playing Wisp with? Maybe not. So Shaman overall, kind of
Heavy
actually
elemental.
a lot of elementals, but none that actually care about elementals. Just
Right.
generating elementals.
The only elemental
Oh,
carer they have is the
is the
spell,
draw
right?
spell. Yeah.
So
And some cares about overload. Overall seems all right. Nothing too busted except for maybe Eureka in the right deck.
yeah, Electra and I think there's a lot of strong stuff here in their minion stuff. Electra is strong doubler. Omega Mind is a way to just full heal. Because the thing with Halazel, as was mentioned back when we talked about it, President Arc said, like, when you play Halazel, Halazel didn't live a turn ever. Like, that's just not how the card worked.
Right.
you know?
It's yeah, this is just Halazeel, but basically.
Yeah. So,
All right.
all right.
Moving on to Warlock, and boy, Warlock's been a kind of a stupid spot right now, and I think that trend's going to continue in this set. I don't think they've. That's usually how these things go in Hearthstone, is they kind of class is powerful. It takes them a couple sets to like reverse direction, as we've seen in the past with like Druid and Shaman.
Yeah, I guess we'll see where they are.
But Warlock gets some kind of dumb things. So we'll start with Soul Infusion. Rare spell, 1 mana, give the leftmost minion in your hand, +2/+2.
Let's just do it in Warlock.
Yeah, that's question number 1. And question number 2, what is this card doing? Just kind of, I don't know. I don't like things that are like,
Well, it's like Hidden Cash, or
yeah, I don't like Hidden Cash.
or the crate that gave a beast +2/+2, or like stolen goods. Like, it's all like that, but it's in Warlock, which really confuses me.
I mean, it's not random, but it's like, what are you playing with? Is this what you play with? How long can this go on? Like,
I guess, but like, again, why Warlock?
yeah,
Yeah,
this doesn't.
I'm not debating its power. I'm debating what the hell it's doing in the class.
Yeah, I don't get it. And in terms of its power, like, it's probably good. I don't know. It's not as good as a regular buff because you can't attack immediately with the buff. Is it a zoo card? Is it an egg card? I don't know.
Yeah, zoo people are always trying to make zoo work, so
I don't know about this card or who wants to play this, but alright, how about a stupid card? Warlock legendary spell, the Solarium. 1 mana spell. Draw 3 cards. At the end of your turn, discard them.
oh my god, it's like a discard card that like functions.
How about it's a 1 mana draw 3 and
Right, but it's also like, it's ideas unbound, sort of.
like, no, this isn't stop trying to make discard a thing. This is like, okay, I need to draw into my combo piece this honestly, my best comparison with this thing is tracking, because you're probably looking at the top 3, taking one of them, burning the other ones.
Yeah. I think this card's pretty real for being at low cost as it is. Even if you're not, like, you have, like, again, the last card, people were saying, like, zoo, and like a deck that is a bunch of 1 and 2 cost creatures probably wants this card.
Yeah, because also, yeah, if you're playing a low-cost zoo, you're just like, okay, play this life tap. I've drawn 4 this turn, and then I play them all out.
Yeah. So, And then, of course, if for some reason you were trying to do some sort of discard thing, the card could baseline function. It's the first discard card that can baseline function because you have a little bit of control over what you can discard.
Yeah.
A little
I
bit.
guess you quest, and next turn this is an immediate 3 towards your quest, if you really want it to be. I don't know. Yeah, anyways, any card that's 1 mana and has the words draw 3 cards on it will raise some eyebrows,
Right.
I think.
Immediate ancestral recall, so.
Alright, moving on. Demonic Project. Common spell, 2 mana. Each player transforms a random minion in their hand into a demon. So some people have said, like, Dirty Rat-ish, because it can actually interact with minions in your opponent's hand. Which...
Yeah, this is absolutely a, like...
I don't think it's as good as Dirty Rat, because you can't immediately kill that thing, and you might actually give your opponent a really good demon, like, I don't know, Void Lord?
Yeah, but also, like, you know, you play against Antonidas Mage, and you turn their Antonidas into a demon, that deck's off.
Yep.
Like, there are, like... I've kind of mentioned that interaction like this in Hearthstone is really, really hard to come by because of how many decks just crumble to it.
Yeah. Or your Druid opponent just played their 4/4 that drops a thing's cost by 7 at the end of turn. Like, yeah, that said, I don't know if this is a worth main decking, and also this seems poor in Arena.
Oh, I don't think I'd be wanting to do that in the Arena. No. You didn't play Dirty Rat in Arena, because if he did, he usually got really heavily punished.
Yeah, I mean, this could be potentially upside if you're trying to dig to give yourself a good demon, but again, it gives your opponent 2, and you're going down a card to do it.
You're drawing down a card to do it. That's the big thing.
Yep. All right. Next card, people in the chat, lend me your energy.
Oh, hey,
Spirit Bomb. Oh. Might take a few. Darn it! They know what they're doing. Of course they do.
Well, yeah. Why would they not when they named it Spirit Bomb?
All right. So Spirit Bomb, common spell, 2 mana, deal 4 damage to a minion and your hero. So, yeah, it's more damage than a Dark Bomb, but also can't go face and deals 4 to you. So my first thought is, like, you know what? Like, 2 mana, 4 damage to a minion. Just flat. That probably seems like a fair card, don't you think so?
Well,
maybe
it's
a little
strong. Dark Bomb +1 is fair. I would not agree.
Dark Bomb +1 only hits minions. Okay, maybe that is a big hit.
We call that Shadow Bolt. That is the name of the card.
Okay, fine. So you're right. This is a 1-cost reduction on Shadow Bolt at the downside of dealing 4 to your hero.
Right. That said, there is a sub-theme in the previous set, and maybe in this set, I don't know, of, like, cards that cared about damaging you.
Yeah.
The Spellstone, Amethyst Spellstone.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a relevant point, because you'll gain that... So yeah, your Spellstone, you'll gain back the damage you dealt to yourself. Wait a minute. Now that said, so yeah, last set cared about, like, did your hero get damaged? This set actually has some things about that, at least one thing that cares about how much did your hero get damaged.
Okay, so it is a continuing theme. That's good.
Yeah, so this could be good for that. I don't know if I'd actually like playing this just as removal on its own, but maybe if you absolutely have to kill something on 2.
I mean, this is generally going to be able to trade up. Like, you know, this can kill Spider Tank.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe this is actually, like, fantastic. It's just like this. It's like Eviscerate. You're just not going to get tempo on the Warlock.
Yeah, so...
The Warlock just makes its plays and cements its position by getting rid of, like, your Spider Tank with a 2-cost card. I don't know. So, yeah, fine. Maybe this is good. Alright. So, I mean, 4 is a bit much of a cost, but... Alright, moving on. Void Analyst. Rare minion. 2 mana, 2/2 demon. Death Rattle, give all demons in your hand +1/+1.
My dudes! I thought this was goons.
Everybody's goons now but the goons.
I guess.
Well, I guess Paladin gets Goon's card too.
Okay,
But
here's this. Here's the thing about this is that this is a Goons card that like at least is themed to be a Warlock card, unlike the other one,
right.
which was like a Goons card that had no Warlock theming at all.
I don't know if I like this either. 2 mana 2/2, and how many? You'd have to be pretty heavy on demons to want this.
No, not really. You have one more. Like, so say you have one demon in your hand. It's a 2/2 with +1/+1 on a later pump, and if you have more than that, like 2 or 3, like all of a sudden you played this out, and now your
Right.
Doomguard is attacking for
Yeah.
6 or 7.
I mean, it's a pump if you get it to die, because it's a death rattle. It's not immediate, but maybe that's fine. I don't know. It seems a little underwhelming to me, but
I think there's going to be some heavy demon, like, aggressive decks that can make heavy use
yeah.
of this.
At least it is a demon itself.
That too.
That's important, because we've seen sometimes there's buffers that aren't themselves of the type. So. Seems all right. All right, next card. I guess this is a combo with that. Doubling Imp. Common 3 mana 2/2. Demon. Battlecry. Summon a copy of this minion. So this is exactly that Treant card we saw already in Druid.
Yeah, so
Except
I like
this one
the
can
card.
take buffs in hand.
Right, as opposed to being like a spell, or it has a different type of tribal synergy. This is very strange that all of a sudden Warlock has this like hand pump synergy going on. I like the doubling imp though; it's neat.
Yeah. Heck, probably a pretty good zoo card as well. Like,
Well, you pump it with a 2/2 you just played, and then you get 2 3/3s.
right, or even without that, like zoo just wants lots of bodies to like pump and make valuable trades. Like,
Yeah.
I think it's good there. Probably don't play this if you're playing Blood Reaver Gul'dan though. But
Yeah, you know when you're playing Blood Reaver.
it's not for that demon deck. Anyways. All right, next card. So this is why I was saying amount of damage you've taken matters. Nether Soul Buster, rare minion. 3 mana 1/5 demon. Battlecry, gain +1 attack for each damage your hero has taken this turn.
Holy shit. Okay.
So yeah, you can just tap into this for it to be a 3 mana 3/5.
But there's also, the spell above, which makes this a 5/5, but also the Kobold Librarian, the 2/4 Taunter, that both damage you a couple points to be able to make this have a payoff. And so yeah, this is pretty damn real. Also, is a demon, gets handed off the pump from that previous thing. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'd be playing Pit Lords to go with this guy, but seems good. Reminds me a bit of the Councilman as just being a 3 mana 1/5 that grows in attack.
Right. Tallow brings up literal Fire Imp, which makes this a 4 mana play for a Yeti and a Fire Imp.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, I'm such a huge fan of moving to this theme for Warlock. I'm really happy that they're doing more of this.
Yeah. So the fact that Spirit Bomb makes you take 4 damage is actually potentially better with this specifically than taking less. But, all right, next card. Omega Agent, also known as the Busted Omega card. Epic minion, 5 mana 4/5, Battlecry. If you have 10 mana crystals, summon 2 copies of this minion. So instead it's 3 4/5s for 5.
That's a bit. Is that a bit much? It's a bit much.
Yeah,
10,
so like
12
Warlock is already this kind of like end boss, top end class right now.
It's weird because Warlock seems to have a very strong setup for. It always seems to have a very strong setup for Zoo, and then there's this sort of stuff, and there's not as much middle ground. It's A or B.
Yeah, this honestly is on my list for potentially strongest cards in this set. Maybe not. Maybe it doesn't even get played because Warlock already has better top end options.
Right.
But
I was gonna say as far as top end goes, this has to contend with Yeah, at least they didn't make it a demon.
But also, get ready to just get blown out in the arena by a warlock playing this.
They get to 10 and then they just go, hello!
Right. Not a demon, so you're at least not going to make it like 3/5/6s, but actually, though, you can buff it with Soul Infusion. So, it's for 3 Boulder Fist Ogres show up.
Yeah, they definitely want it to be meaningful when a player hits 10. Like, the aggressive deck should have killed you by this point. Whoops.
Yep.
So, alright.
Yeah, that card seems pretty good. Alright, next card. Speaking of cards that seem pretty good. Ectomancy. Epic spell, 6 mana. Summon copies of all demons you control. So, more Void Lords. I have a Void Lord. You didn't kill it. I get another Void Lord. Now when I play Gul'dan, I get like 4 Void Lords instead of 2.
At the beginning of my turn, a Doomguard appeared in play, and I'm just gonna keep copying it. Oh dear. This might not be necessary for the top end Warlock stuff that goes on these days, but that's where I see it, is infinite Void Lords, infinite
If
Doomguard.
you're not punching through 4 Void Lords, if you actually have a deck that can punch down 4 Void Lords and still get damage through that, well, now you might have to punch down potentially like 6 or more. Yeah, okay. And chat mentions, well, or maybe you mentioned Doomguard just for charge damage. Yeah, I don't know. You think Zoo would play this? It's like a demon Zoo.
Maybe. It depends on, like, they might have better things to do with a big spell like this, is the thought. Again, like, Doomguard, like, when you're not doing shenanigans with Doomguard, you're discarding the spells like this to the Doomguard.
Fair.
Right?
Yeah, it's true. So I don't know.
But when you're using the skull to put him directly into play, then it's a different matter.
So. Right. All right, and our last Warlock card, Dr. Morgan. Legendary, 8 mana, 5/5. Death Rattle, swap this with a minion in your deck. So, it's basically Death Rattle Recruit combined with, like, Malorn.
Yeah, like Undying. Okay, so specifically, correct me if I'm wrong on here. My understanding of this card is that when it dies, it swaps with a minion in your deck, and that minion in your deck comes into play. It does not, like, swap into death.
Correct.
So yeah, you'll get this back as time goes on. And there's a lot of, like, as we've seen with current Warlock, being able to recruit Doomguards into play or Void Lords into play is very powerful. That's why Lackey went from 5 to 6.
Yeah. Basically, this is the card you want to be stealing with a rogue and shuffling into your deck multiple copies of, right?
Yeah.
Because that just combos with itself for a turn. Yeah, notably, if there's no minions in your deck, this thing finally stops dying. Like, if there's nothing to swap to, this just goes away. I don't know. I don't think this is a great card. I mean, it's probably okay for, like, it's a 5/5 that then when it dies, a Void Lord could pop out, but...
God, and of course, you always have the option of, like, it dies, then Malagos shows up, and you're like, wait, fuck.
Okay, yeah, we'll put this on the list of ways to cheat out Malagos, even though it is an 8-drop, so...
It is an 8-drop, so it's not actually helping you, but...
Alright, so Warlock overall,
I like the aggressive stuff.
Yeah, I like the Doubling Imp, Strong Common, and then Solarium and Omega Agent seem kind of stupid. And I appreciate things like Nether Soul Buster and Spirit Bomb continuing the damage thing.
Yeah, I really think that that's a strong direction to go in Warlock, because, like, it means that you're playing on the edge. You know, there's an actual cost to playing all these, like, hyper efficient cards, because your life total's like 15. So.
Yep. Still question why hand pump is the thing now in
Yeah, I don't know what
Warlock,
that's
but
doing here.
all right. Anyways, on to our last class, Warrior. Thinking about it, Warrior. I said there's no classes that get a short end of a stick. We'll have to see about Warrior. I don't remember what's in it,
I
but
don't even know. I know like 3 of their cards, so we'll see.
all right. So kicking things off, we've got Eternium Rover, common minion, 1 mana, 1/3 mech. Whenever this minion takes damage, gain 2 armor. So this is put magnetic things on me, is how I'm reading this.
Yeah, definitely. And I've actually seen from what I've been playing, like I've literally seen decks playing Dire Mole as a way to like control the early game against like small drops. And this is like that, but gaining you 4 life.
Yeah. And again, if it actually gets huge, it could potentially gain you a lot more. Oh, actually, I want to go back to Warlock for a second because the chat raises a good point. Something we didn't think of with Dr. Morrigan. Qubit. So you get 2, and then the 2 will keep swapping with themselves and never die.
Yeah, that just gets, look, sometimes it's the cube. The cube works with everything, and it's dumb with everything.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, sorry for that derail, though. Back to Ethereum Rover, though. Yeah, this seems fine, and I think Warrior and Paladin are 2 of the like big into magnetic buffing classes in this set. So, heck, actually, Mech Warrior is kind of a pretty heavy theme in this one, if I recall. But
Well, we'll see.
all right, next card, Omega Assembly, rare spell, 1 mana, discover a mech. If you have 10 mana crystals, keep all 3 cards. So I think we were talking before about how 1 mana discover, perfectly fine cards. And this is sometimes 1 mana generate 3 cards if you're on 10.
If it's late game, this gets really, really strong. 1 mana freaking draw 3 mechs, and also working as a way to like, find you some mechs for either magnetic or putting magnetic on. This is dangerous.
Yeah, also seems really good in Arena as well. And once again, a Mech Warrior card, so yeah, this seems great.
I like it.
All right, Rocket Boots. Common spell, 2 mana, give a minion rush, draw a card. Little expensive, but it cycles itself.
Yeah, this is a little expensive, but I think I like it more than like I think the card named Charge. I don't think it's a bad card. I disagree with that.
Yeah,
I think that if you play a Yeti on 6 and then let it immediately attack, you're going to be the one who has the advantage on the board.
Yeah, for some reason this card actually makes me think that like this is a Magic the Gathering card design. Like,
yes.
We've seen a lot of these lately in Magic of give thing keyword draw a card for like 2 or something. But
I don't know how much I'd be playing this in Constructed. Yeah, but that's more because in Constructed I generally don't want to be spending space on like kind of null cards that aren't like very little of the time do I want to be spending space on cards that are just like draw a card. In Constructed Hearthstone, I don't know.
Okay. Oh. Are you hearing static on my voice on your end, or
No.
Okay, I was for you a minute. I hope it's not my laptop overheating, but it seems fine now. So let's just keep going. All right.
All right.
So next card, Weapons Project, common spell, 2 mana. Each player equips a 2/3 weapon and gains 6 armor. So
this is a nifty way to destroy weapons. Like that isn't a ooze.
Yeah, that's the secret of this card is it can destroy a weapon. Also, you get the more immediate value out of the weapon by getting the first attack.
You also design your deck so that a 2/3 weapon is not going to be very effective against what you have on your board.
Right.
Like if you're playing a control deck, say you're playing a slow control deck, you get to play this, and it says like it doesn't really gain you 6 armor in the long run because the weapon will kill that, but like it gives you like immediate value for you to start beating down, like, you know, a 2/3 weapon is very, very strong on 2. So
Yeah. Seems decently anti-aggro if an aggro deck is playing weapons, but
yeah, I like it in the idea of a deck where I'm playing for a long game. So
yep. I think it's
oh
all
goodness,
right.
we have a jump from 2 to 5.
Yeah, warrior curve in this set, that's a little weird, but all right. Next card, Dinomatic. Rare minion, 5 mana, 3/4 mech. Battlecry, deal 5 damage, randomly split among all minions except mechs. Shouldn't it just say among all non-mech minions, like that one warlock card? Whatever.
There's no such thing as consistency in Hearthstone wordings.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
There's
But
just no such thing.
anyways, this card is really good. Like 5 damage to enemy minions. I mean, I guess it's ways it can fail if your opponent has a lot of health, but sometimes it's just
Or if they're mechs.
sometimes it's just, yeah, that's true. Maybe not as great in arena because there probably are going to be a lot of mechs around.
Well, no. I think it's still going to be fine in arena. I think what I'm saying is that in constructed, there's going to be matchups where this fails. You know, you play against
Right.
a mech paladin, and this does 1 damage to a single Silverhand recruit, and then goes, oh.
Right. But I'm also thinking, just for arena in general, that maybe that's a reason to prioritize playing mechs, is that this card is less effective against them. I don't know. I mean, there's probably going to be I think there's a pretty heavy number of neutral mechs in this set, and I don't remember if they still do the new set bonus thing. I want to say they don't.
I have no idea. They've changed the rules so often, I don't keep track of them anymore.
Yeah, same here.
And
But
they changed them again in this most recent.
but if your opponent doesn't have mechs,
well, the thing
oh,
is,
actually, wait. This says all minions. It doesn't say all enemy minions. Okay.
Yes, it's all minions. That's the way that the card functions.
Right. So you're presumably playing mechs. So maybe this is worse in arena because your opponent might have mechs and you might have non-mechs. So yeah.
See, even in the arena, you're the one who chose to play the card. Like, you know, like I assume you're not going to play it into a board that is not beneficial for you to play it into, right? Like,
yeah.
You know, if your opponent just has a Yeti and you play this, it kills the Yeti.
Yeah. You know, give me 1 second here.
Sure.
I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so basically, if you've got the mech crafted deck, this could be very strong. Otherwise,
Yeah, I believe in this thing in the arena because I believe in bombers. As specifically, you are the one who plays it. Like, nobody forces your hand and forces this to be.
Yeah, I guess that's true. You could just play it without any other board to make sure it hits. Yeah.
Make your trades first.
Yeah, exactly. All right, next card, Super Collider. Epic 5 mana, 1/3 weapon. After you attack a minion, force it to attack one of its neighbors. And I believe the force it to attack means that actually the minion you attack picks one of its neighbors at random, and then the 2 minions bump into each other as if it's in an actual attack. So it's not...
Yes.
So it's not like you're just having the thing you attack deal its damage to one of its neighbors. It actually gets damaged by its neighbor as well.
This is the rogue secret that does that as well. Or misdirection, you know.
Now, you're potentially taking a fair amount of damage with this.
Maybe. Or you attack the smaller minion and make the smaller minion attack the bigger one. You know?
Right. Seems like a good way to punish your opponent for having poisonous minions.
Yeah. I'm intrigued to play with this to see how it actually functions in play.
Yeah, if you're basically, though, now adjacency matters against warriors, so don't place minions next to each other against warriors that are going to trade with each other if they bump into each other.
Yeah, don't put 2 5/5s next to each other, because I would gladly take 5 damage to 2 for 1 my opponent by killing 2 5/5s, right?
Having to do adjacency matters against warriors now is...
Yep.
Okay. Next card, Security Rover. 6 mana, 2/5 mech. Whenever this minion takes damage, summon a 2/3 mech with taunt.
This card's scary.
Yeah, is this fair, patron?
I think this might be, like, the thing is that it defends itself. Like, if you don't kill it in one hit, all of a sudden a taunt comes out, and then it is a mech, so if it lives to your next turn, you just go ahead and start magneticking on it and making it bigger. You're also in the faction of whirlwinds, infinite whirlwinds.
Right, although the infinite whirlwinds start eventually killing the 2/3s, but...
I guess if you get to a point where, like, you've whirlwinded 4 times, you've only gotten 4 2/3 mechs with taunt out of it.
But yeah, this seems like a good thing to drop magnetic buffs onto.
Yes.
Yeah, so could be decent, but you have to work a bit. Obviously, a 6 mana 2/5, not great on its own, but
right.
Like,
but
I don't know. Warrior has no shortage of ways to get it damaged. That's for sure. All right. Now, let me ask you this. Would you play this with Death Knight Garrosh?
100%. That's what I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about the fact that there's infinite whirlwinds.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Again, they'll start... It's like, really, they'll start killing the 2/3s, and you'll get, like, at most, 2 or 3 of them, but at the same time, you probably don't care. Because you'll trade them for value before then anyways, right?
Right, I was going to say, I think you're fearing the fact that your 2/3s are taking 1 point of damage a little too much. Like, yeah. That's sort of the point of Warrior, is that whirlwinds damage your own minions.
So yeah, this is scary if you can buff it. And speaking of magnetic buffs, Warrior gets potentially one of the ones I think is the strongest. Beryllium Nullifier, epic minion, 7 mana, 3/8 mech, with can't be targeted by spells or hero powers, and magnetic.
So, like, you hand this off to anything. Like, the can't be targeted by spells or hero powers is a very, very dangerous, or, you know, like strong thing to hand off, because it's like, you know, all of a sudden it's immune to a lot of types of removal. But 8 toughness?
Yeah,
oh my God.
8 toughness buff, +3, +8. This is your steed for Warrior now, basically. Like, yeah, nothing pops out of it, but +3, +8, and can't be targeted, so you're not just gonna removal spell it and get the 2 for 1, which is honestly what I think is the most relevant part about it, doing any kind of... Like, it's a known thing for Magic the Gathering that, like, if you're on the big buff plan, do it on something with Shroud or Hexproof. And it actually still lets you keep magnetic buffing it, because that's a minion ability and not a targeting spell. So basically, how do you answer this is, like, specifically minion effects that silence, or, like, Mass Dispel. Like, the priest card Silence won't do it, or, like, Hex or Polymorph won't do it. You're gonna need, like, an owl or
like a poisonous minion, something like that.
Yeah, that works too. But anyways, this theme is really good. It's probably one of the best magnetic cards in the set, I think, just for that huge toughness and untargetability.
Yep. So.
All right, I'm actually going to skip the hero card in the set for now to go on to Warriors 9. The Boom Ship, legendary spell. Summon 3 random minions from your hand, give them rush. Ways to cheat Malagos into play. Check mark.
Again, more cheaty things.
Even though it costs 9, but
oh God.
No, this is more like I make my big play where, like, Lich King and, like, Issera and I don't know, if you're in Wild, like Sylvanas or Rag show up, sure.
Right. And, like, handing off Rush means they immediately get to move down and bust things up, right? Like, they get to come in and immediately take the board over.
Yeah, alternatively, just, like, play with Death Rattle minions. Like, reminds me... I guess you are playing, like... I guess you are going down a card to play this, but it's basically enable big swingy play, like...
Right.
Is it actually good? I don't know. Kind of reminds me of Varian Rin, to be honest, except you're not getting the draw. You have to have it in hand.
Yeah. So I'm intrigued to see, like, there's gonna be games where this comes down and it's like, hello, here's 20 power, go. Like, oh, excuse me?
Yeah, also, one of the things that can pop out of this is it doesn't say you can still drop charge minions using this. So,
Yeah.
like, Grom Hellscream comes out and...
Yep.
All right. So, now for our last card, we're going to look at the one hero card in the set, Dr. Boom, Mad Genius. Dr. 7 is back. 7 mana legendary hero card, 7 armor, because we have to keep the Dr. 7 theme.
Yeah, 7 instead of 5. Oh dear.
Battle Cry. For the rest of the game, your mechs have Rush, which that could be decently strong, and part of also why I say Mech Warrior is kind of a heavily pushed thing. Also plays into his hero power, which we'll get to, because this thing right here, big red button, hero power, activate this turn's mech superpower. This is a lie. This is never a thing you will actually see on Dr. Boom. So for that, I'm going to the wiki, and I'm going to pull that up so we can all take a look at that.
Yeah, so the way this card functions is that every turn you have a different hero power out of 5. At the end of your turn, it'll swap to a new one. It's not like it swaps on use; it just swaps to a new one when you pass.
Yep.
And each of them are quite strong. What makes them strong is that because you don't know which one you'll have.
Yeah, so here are the possible powers you can get from Dr. Boom. I'll pull these up. So there's 5 of them. You get 1 at random every turn. So the first one, Blast Shield. All of them are 2 mana, by the way. So Blast Shield, gain 7 armor.
Yep.
Which compared to like even tank up, and that's good. Again, like as you said, a lot of these are above curve, but Delivery Drone, discover a mech, so that's kind of like a life tap, except it's a mech, and again, because you just played Boom before this, presumably.
Right, it will have Rush.
It'll have Rush. Kaboom, deal 1 damage to all enemies, which that's okay. It's like mage hero power, but as a sweeper.
Yeah,
To
all
everything.
enemies, not enemy minions either. So
Right, so it will go 1 to your opponent's face. Micro Squad, summon 3 1/1 microbots, which are
they're mechs.
Yep, right here, microbot. So that's a 1/1, and those will have Rush as well.
So triple, hero power out of Paladin, except for they all have Rush.
Right. And then finally, Zap Cannon, which is a 100 power electric move and paralyzes your opponent.
Yep. Low accuracy.
Right. No, it's just deal 3 damage to a target. So just also like flat upgrade on like mage or hunter.
Yeah.
Or it's not as good as like Blood Reaver Gul'dans, but like it works basically similar. So all of these are like well above the curve of a hero power in terms of power level. But
Yep.
the fact that you get them randomly, and sometimes you're like, I really need to clear my opponent's board, and all I've got is gain 7 armor, discover a mech. This is useless. Or great, I can deal 1 damage to all enemies, but what I really need is a board. It seems too inconsistent to me to actually be good. But
I think the power is enough to make the inconsistency worth it. Mostly because very few of them are. There's none of them that's going to be bad in a situation. In just a given situation, the only time one of these could be actively detrimental would be like Kaboom, the one that's deal 1 damage against an opponent with another warrior, right?
yeah.
Every other one is going to be at least something that is either removal or helping you stay alive or pushing you forward. Because the Discover Mech is also removal in the sense that you're going to draw a mech that you can play with
Right.
Rush.
Yeah.
So
So I guess what I'll say is I guess you're probably winning a fatigue game if you're playing this guy, first of all, between discovering mechs, creating board, and gaining armor and dealing
Yeah.
damage.
Against anybody but, like, Blood Reaver.
Right. I'd say I'm significantly be more inclined to play Dr. Boom if I have a mech deck, because again, his battle cry about giving mechs rush, I think is probably the most relevant part of this card.
Yeah. Security Rover, both is a mech and makes mechs. Beryllium Nullifier is a mech. Things like that. So also discover a mech and you discover 3 mechs and they all have rush. So, you know.
Yeah, so Warrior overall, what is this curve? But also has some really decent stuff for doing magnetic and mechs with. And I think the weapon and some of its legendaries might be a little questionable in my opinion, but like some of the mech stuff is solid, and I really like Omega Assembly.
Yeah, I think that there's solid room here for like a mech deck that goes big. Also, Weapons Project is a little bit of something that I think like control style decks would want to play. So,
Oh, hold on. I didn't actually look at the flavor text. Yeah, okay, that's a Simpsons movie reference. Sure. All right, so we're through the classes. We're up to neutrals. So I guess things we wanted to keep an eye out for. We mentioned before mechs, obviously, magnetics, as well as death rattles, because again, there have been like 3 pretty cares about death rattle classes we've seen as well.
yep.
So starting off, Crystallizer, epic, 1 mana 1/3, battle cry, deal 5 damage to your hero, gain 5 armor. So
Holy hell!
So you know that Warlock card that gains attack equal to the damage you've taken this turn?
Yeah, that is all of a sudden that's a 6/5. This is also something that could be quite useful in Priest.
Yep. As you'll heal back the damage you took, and the armor will stay there. What happens if you play this when you're under 5 health?
You'll die.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I figured.
You'll go to 0 and have 5 armor.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure on that one.
Yeah.
And try it out, but
Ooh, Shield Slam as well is another.
Yeah, this is also for Warrior or even Druid when you care about the amount of armor you have.
Yeah.
It's just fast armor if you need it for effects. So there's a few things this can be useful for.
Doubling the battle cry doesn't do anything?
Yeah, because the double battle cry chops off the armor and then puts 5 back.
Yeah. But yeah, I like the idea of this works in a lot of classes. Like Warlock likes it because it punches their own face, and for nothing, it's actually null punching their face, but it counts as 5 damage. Priest likes it for being able to heal that back up, and a 1/3 body is like I've said, I've seen Dire Mole in some decks.
Yeah. Of note, if what you care about is increasing the amount of armor you have for Warrior or Druid, if you don't have armor, it'll get you some armor quickly. If you do have armor, this probably isn't doing anything. Because, again, it just smashes the armor and puts it right back.
Yep.
But, like, if you just need a fast way to get out of Shield Slam or something or let your things attack for Druid or heck, even for Warrior, if this is your first thing you play before you start armoring up, it not only puts you on armor, it even damages you, which is actually relevant for some Warrior cards. Like 1, but...
Yeah, alright.
Alright, moving on. Faithful Lumi. Common. 1 mana, 1/1 mech. Battle cry, give a friendly mech, +1/+1. I don't really care for this. I don't like 1 mana 1/1s.
If you have a critical mass of really cheap mechs, this is fine. Outside of that, in almost every other instance, this is a 1 mana 1/1.
Honestly,
So
it's like, yeah, 1 mana, 1/1, or like 1 mana buff because it's dying, and like, okay, I don't
there
know.
are better ways to buff mechs. It's called the keyword magnetic.
Yeah,
So
right, exactly. Goblin Bomb, we talked about things that
yep,
create Goblin Bombs, probably good because they give you things you can start buffing. The card Goblin Bomb itself, I think you could probably have better cheap mechs than this.
yeah, like the
Something
one
that
right
can
next to
maybe,
it.
like, attack.
Like literally the one right next to it.
Yeah. Don't play Goblin Bomb as a card itself. Next card, Mecharoo. 1 mana, 1/1 mech. Death Rattle. Summon a 1/1 Joe E bot. First of all,
Possessed Villager was a real card, my friend.
yeah. First of all, this is Possessed Villager in neutral and as a mech, which is relevant. And having a sticky mech is relevant for having something around to buff. So, but the second thing is, give me a second here to find it. I just really appreciate that it's a kangaroo that her Joey pops out
Yep.
right here. Check out this Joey bot. And okay, yeah, Winnie the Pooh reference. That's good too. But yeah, Possessed Villager, known good quantity. This seems great, and this is probably what you're gonna want as your basis for like your low curve magnetic or mech thing, right?
Yep. So
All right. Next card, Skaterbot. There's a lot of low cost mechs here. 1 mana, 1/1 mech with magnetic and rush. Common.
being able to hand off rush is very nice, as will like a lot of the mechs we've had so far, giving them the ability to immediately affect the board is going to be small but very impactful.
Yeah. And I like it for just costing 1. Seems good. Next card, Cloak Scale Chemist. Common, 2 mana, 1/2 with Stealth and Divine Shield. So this is a while back. I think it was around Grand Tournament. They had 3 mana for a 2/2 Stealth Divine Shield, I believe.
Yep, that was it.
And this is
Silent Night.
1/2. I don't know if I feel great about this, to be honest. 2 mana, 1/2, even if it does have Divine Shield, like.
I think if you have a deck that has buffs going on that oddly enough is not magnetic based. If this was, see, here's the thing: if this was magnetic, holy hell, it'd be way too good.
Yeah,
Because
if
that
it
would
was
be
a
handing
mech.
off stack.
Oh,
So, so it's like a deck that's not a magnetic buffing deck. In there, it's probably fine because like Stealth Divine Shield's a really good body to hide buffs on.
so yeah, so like buff Paladin, maybe, hey, it's a 1-drop you can tutor with that new spell they got, and then buff it up a bunch, and also you tutored your 7-drop.
Yeah, so
Yeah, maybe. How'd you feel about this as an arena pick?
1 damage isn't enough. I would have to have a deck that really had like some like pump enablers to want it.
Agreed. All right, moving on. Galvanizer, another 2 mana 1/2. This one's a rare mech. Battle Cry, reduce the cost of all mechs in your hand by 1.
It's sort of a mech warper, but with a permanent -1 rather than a constant -1.
It's a Mech Warthorison or something.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. There's an elemental that does this.
Yeah. Anyways, this seems decent. Also, 1/2 body. You're thinking, well, what's this going to do as a body? But I don't know. If it does live, maybe you can start dropping magnetic buffs on it. Yeah, seems good. All right, next card, Spark Engine. 2 mana, 2/1 mech, rare. Battle Cry, add a 1/1 spark with rush to your hand.
Of note, the sparks are the little things that were elementals.
Yeah, I don't know why it's generating elementals, but that's and honestly, like 2 mana, 2/1 that generates a 1 damage for 1 seems value you're getting for the amount of mana you're putting in just seems undercurved for this.
Yeah, the fact that the body's a dies to ping, I'm not too happy with.
Is a mech, but like I think you can do better than that. If you want elementals, like Shaman didn't have any, nothing had incentives for playing mechs and elementals together. Like I don't see any classes, so I don't know. I'm not enthused by that one. All right, next card, Toxicologist. Common, 2 mana 2/2 with Battlecry, give your weapon +1 attack. So this is, what was that rogue card that was too good that they had to ban from Arena?
Goblin.
Auto Barber.
The Auto Barber.
So this is the Auto Barber with 1 less attack on the body.
And it's still probably, like...
Good in Rogue in Arena?
Good enough in Rogue. Like, I mean, like... The ability to hand off +1 attack. Here's the thing, Kingsbane's still a card.
Yeah, would you play this in Kingsbane?
I'd consider it. You probably have better ways to pump it, but like.
But yeah, how about just this as make my knife better, doubly powerful? Still probably good enough. So pick this in Rogue and Arena specifically, and probably nothing else. Next card, Unpowered Mauler, rare, 2 mana 2/4 mech. But can only attack if you cast a spell this turn.
Huh. What an odd drawback.
Is it bad? Probably.
You're only getting +1, like...
On a Crocolisk.
On a Crocolisk for this. Ugh. Not a fan.
Yeah. Fair. Alright, next card. Upgradable Framebot. Common, 2 mana, 1/5 mech, no abilities.
It's like asking to throw your, your magnetics on this.
All I have to say about this is Pirk Rewop. This is just flat power creep upgrade on your Amgam Rager.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, really, really good thing to just start throwing magnetics, as you mentioned.
That's the point of it. That's why it exists.
So, like, you know how we talked about there was that, the Paladin legendary spell that, like, revives your giant Voltrons, but how it fails if, like, you give your opponent just a chance to go ahead and kill your mech, right?
But 5 toughness.
Right, so, I mean, 5 toughness, but also maybe it's just like, you drop this and immediately drop your magnetic on it. Because this is only 2 mana. Like in the same turn.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I could see it seeing play. Next card, Whirliglider. 2 mana, 2/1, Battlecry, summon a Goblin Bomb. Again...
I like this better than Goblin Bomb, but
yeah, I like it better than Goblin Bomb, but, ugh. I don't think I'd want to pick this in Arena.
Yeah. Again, in Arena, no, like, you don't really want to include O2s like that, unless you have ways to really get them working, so...
I'd barely want to play this in a mech deck. This isn't a mech itself, like...
Yeah, that's a problem, too. As we've seen, low drops for mechs are not a problem. You know, we have a lot of pretty good ones down.
Yeah, so I'm just going to call this not good. Maybe you don't feel the worst playing it, but not good. All right, next card. Card I like a lot. Augmented Elec. An epic for a 3 mana 3/4 beast. Is this the only card we've seen so far that's had a beast type?
Oh, God.
It might be.
Yes.
So, okay, so they're doing the backwards thing, where instead of the 1 mech for the set, they're doing the 1 beast for the set. So, 3 mana 3/4 beast, great. Spider tank body, excellent. With, whenever you shuffle a card into a deck, shuffle in an extra copy.
Why is this a rogue card? Because it's a neutral. Because it works with, like, Deck of Wonders, I guess?
Deck of Wonders, If you want to go back to wild, shuffling in bombs from your Iron Juggernauts, although you'd probably use Bran for that. But
yeah, no, but this stacks with Bran.
right, it stacks with
Yeah.
Bran. Or just like
How many Jade Idols?
the rogue shuffle in 10, or yeah, shuffling in Jade Idols.
Okay, yeah, here Scroll Token raises a question I was just about to ask. Is this +1 or is this double? If I play Deck of Wonders, is that 6 copies or 10 copies?
Oh, it says whenever you shuffle a card. So I want to say it's per card. But
Right, so like does Spider Ambush put 6 ambushes in your deck? Because if it does, that's markedly different.
yeah, that's a good question. Let me see if the wiki addresses that, though I doubt it will at this point.
Yeah, I'm sure this is something we'll have to science.
Let's see. Yeah, we'll have to science this one.
All right. We'll
If it is, like, for each one, though, you're right. Like, 6 ambushes, like you follow up your spider tank with a 4/4 that shuffles in 6 ambushes. Yeah, that seems great.
Yeah. So we'll have to find out how this card functions.
Yeah. Again, it's a spider tank, though, so I'd be fine
Yeah.
picking it in Arena or just playing it in general. All right, next card. Brainstormer. Common, 3 mana, 3/1. Battlecry, gain +1 health for each spell in your hand. So this is like... Is this just bad Twilight Drake?
I don't know if I'd call it bad, seeing as it comes down on turn 3 and can possibly have like... I mean, a 3/6 on 3 is very different from a 4/6 on 4.
Right, but this is only for spells in your hand, not cards.
I'm aware of that.
Okay.
That means you just can't play it in every deck. There's actually there's a theming going on in the set with spells cost 5 or higher and a couple other things like that. And like
Okay.
there are decks I think that could exist for this. Like I'm trying to think where I'd actually care about
But yeah,
it.
like you were saying, though, if you've got 3 spells, it's a spider tank, so...
Yeah. I don't know. It's certainly not as ubiquitous as Twilight Drake. Absolutely.
Yeah. Play it in all spells, Hunter, wait.
Yeah.
Alright, next card. Speaking of power creep, Bronze Gatekeeper. 3 mana common for a 1/5 mech with magnetic and taunt. So
your Tar Creeper loses its +2 power for the ability to kind of shift onto other minions.
yeah, maybe Tar Creeper is an unfair comparison, but maybe not.
Well, I mean, Tar Creeper's a typed common 3 costing 1/5 with taunt. So,
Yeah, okay, so maybe it's a totally fair comparison. But yeah, the fact that you can use this, though, just as a pass-off taunt as a part, and not just have to have things put onto it.
right. So looking back at Warrior, if you can hand off taunt to Beryllium,
Yep.
then you have a 4/11 copy of that legend that is impossible to get through.
Yep.
So it's also a good mech to hold magnetic abilities because it has 5 toughness.
Yep. So, again, that's part of the good things about Magnetic, is a lot of them work well either way, being magnetic onto or as a buff. But, alright. And yeah, also, again, even if you don't need the taunt, this is just 3 mana to add 5 health to something, which can also be pretty good. Alright, our next card, Electro-Rite. Common, 3 mana 3/3 minion. Battlecry, if you're holding a spell that costs 5 or more, gain +1/+1. That's
This
a
might be
bit...
the better version of the Brainstormer.
Yeah, basically. Same mana cost, too. 3 mana 4/4, holding a spell 5 or more. So, what was that Shaman card that let you draw into a spell that's 5 or more? But
So it's 4-drop, but
I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, yeah, 3 mana 4/4 is... no downside is good. It's kind of hard to get this active, but you don't feel the worst playing a 3 mana 3/3.
And if it's a 4/4, that's jumping the curve. You also have some strong there are in general 5-mana spells and plus are very strong things. You're holding a Blizzard, you're holding a Flame Strike, you're holding a Scroll of Wonders. I believe that costs 5. You're holding a Spellstone in Hunter.
Yeah. Okay. So there's ways to make this work. So basically, whether you pick this in Arena just probably depends on your deck composition.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. Next card, Kaboom Bot. Common, 3-mana 2/2 mech. Death Rattle, deal 4 damage to a random enemy minion.
So it's a neutral version of the Spider Bot, but kind of worse because it is in neutral rather than a faction.
Yeah, well, yeah, basically, kind of 4 to a random enemy minion. It's also just your Boom Bot's always hitting 4 to that minion. You didn't want it to hit 4 too, right? Is a mech, so you can start magneticking this, although I don't know if you want to. But yeah, I think your comparison to Spider Bomb, though, is pretty accurate. All right, next card, Microtech Controller. Common, 3-mana 2/1 with Battle Cry, summon 2 1/1 Microbots. And I believe those are the same Microbots Dr. Boom summons, I think. Well, let me see if I can pull up the tokens, but
they don't have rush like Dr. Boom's will, but
yeah. Good old little Wall-E looking thing. But
I like this because it's overloading on the 1-mana targets. So even if your opponent has a pinging hero power, they can't get rid of all of them.
Yeah.
They're still they're gonna have to spend board or a card on it. So
yeah, it kind of reminds me of Egg Raptor.
Yeah, kind of like Egg Raptor, but they come immediately rather than after the death.
Probably fine, although you can get a little bit Mage and Shaman both get cards now that are good at sweeping things with 1 health.
Sure, but you're going 1 for 1 on it usually.
Yeah, so seems all right. Next card, Spring Rocket.
Cthulhu.
Yeah. Glad you said it because I was gonna anyways. But common, 3-mana 2/1 mech. Battlecry, deal 2 damage. So yeah, this is exactly Cthulhu's. There was a Cthulhu rare that was this.
Disciple of Cthulhu.
Disciple of Cthulhu, except that one also pumped your Cthulhu. This one's a mech instead. I think this is totally valid to play in Arena.
Yeah, I mean, it's removable in a body. And being a mech is a positive for your magnetic stuff most of the time, so.
All right. Next card, Coppertail Imposter. Common, 4-mana 4/4 mech. Battlecry, gain stealth until your next turn. So this is your, I'm going to get magnetic buffs on me next turn kind of guy, right?
Yeah. This is really, really good stuff. It's kind of like Tiger, but you don't get the perma stealth. You just did 1 turn of it. And that's enough to make sure your opponent can't make a trade that's beneficial to them into it.
Right. As long as we're not dealing with deadly shots or spider bots, but yeah. I mean, heck, you could even play this, magnetic some stuff onto it immediately, so it's ready to go next turn, and then magnetic more onto it. But and 4-mana 4/4 is a fine body, so seems decent. It's a mech, so you can put magnetic stuff on it.
Yeah, it's big power.
All right, next card, Explodinator. Common, 4-mana 3/2 mech. Battlecry, summon 2 Goblin Bombs.
So many Goblin Bombs.
Yeah, it's a lot of mechs you get out of this, which, I don't know, like that Hunter Legend, it might be more Goblin Bombs than you need.
I don't think it's at too many. I think 2 is a good number for him. Here's the thing. I know that you're worried about having way too, oh no, I've spent too many of my minion placements on it. But with magnetic, that doesn't seem very liable to happen,
Yeah. Okay, so guarantees you have stuff to magnetic out.
Especially this is 6 toughness of things to be magnetic on them.
Also, Goblin Bombs just kind of make your opponent feel bad about sweepers as well. But
yeah.
Anyways, honestly, this reminds me a lot of a certain Waluigi.
Yeah.
as the 4-mana 3/2 that makes stuff that can't attack. But
this is a lot more functional in a deck that has ways to pump your own team, is I guess the way I'd put it.
right, which I don't think we have ways to team pump mechs. We have ways to pump individual mechs, mainly
Or
with
just
magnetic.
pump your team in general, like with Druid or something.
Right. Yeah, actually, mech druid could be very real, even though they weren't really pushing it in the actual class.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mech things that just go wide, so it's fair. All right, next card, a legend, Harbinger Celestia, 4-mana 5/6 stealth. With after your opponent plays a minion, become a copy of it. So here's my question: does it keep stealth?
Does it lose its text? Does it? I need to see this card in play because like that text isn't enough to tell me how this thing works. If that loses stealth, I think the card's like really, really bad. And I like, is this like, it's not like Shifter Xeris where it keeps shifting. It loses its text and changes once. So this is mirror image, but your opponent knows it's there. Or sorry, mirror entity. This is a mage secret, but you have told your opponent it is there.
I think so, which makes it like the worst because your opponent just plays their bad tiny thing.
Right, they play their shittiest minion because you told them you have this secret that costs 4. What? I don't get it.
Now, what if it did keep stealth? How would you evaluate it then?
I think it'd be a little better. I think that would mean they wouldn't immediately trade off into it, but like when I first read this card, I thought it was going to be like become a copy of it and it keeps this text, you know? So it would keep shifting. But that does not seem to be what it does.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's the other question. Does it keep the text? And I guess probably not.
I don't think so. I mean, basically, I don't like this card.
Yeah. And if your opponent doesn't play a minion, you've got a 4-mana 5/6.
With stealth.
Yeah. Nah. Nah. Well, we have some science to do with that one, but...
Well, I mean, I'm probably not going to spend 1,600 dust to do science on that. We'll see.
Okay. Next card. Omega Defender. I think this was the first Omega they showed off. Epic, 4-mana 2/6 Taunt, which that's
Stegadon.
Stegadon, semi-reasonable taunt body. With Battlecry, if you have 10 mana crystals, gain 10 attack, and then it's a 12/6.
Hello! Omega Defender is here to crush you if it's turn 10. Like, this in a top deck war is a 12/6 taunt?
Yep.
Poof, God, the Omega cards get real big, nasty in late game.
Can punch down Deathwing.
Yep.
Yeah, seems decent. I mean, 4-mana 2/6 Taunt that's basically on curve, right? That's Tazdinga 1-point stat shifted. I mean, buys you time to get to late game, and then you drop your next one late game.
Yeah, I'm 100% behind this one in the arena because it's a card that is like fine on curve on 4. It's acceptable. It's, you know, Stegadon I'll play. It's stat shifted Senjin. But then on 10, it's like, hey, how's it going?
All right, next card. This one's a little bit of a throwback. Common minion, Piloted Reaper, 4-mana 4/3 mech, Death Rattle, summon a random minion from your hand that costs 2 or less. Fair Shredder?
Yeah, this is like a fair Shredder, I think is what we have here, because it doesn't give you card advantage. I also don't think it's terribly great because of that, but
maybe you can make it better by controlling what pops out, like you always get the Doomsayer. Or
you never get the Doomsayer.
Or maybe it's a reason for people to actually play Millhouse Mana Storm. No, it isn't.
I don't like. Here's the thing: is that the power of Shredder was that it gave you a 4-drop and then it gave you a 2-drop at no cost. This one gives you a 4-drop and then gives you a 2-drop from your hand, so you go down cards.
Right.
It's like, oh.
Yeah. All right, next up, Replicating Menace, rare minion, 4 mana 3/1 mech with magnetic and death rattle summon 3/1/1 microbots. So actually, this is really more the Egg Raptor.
This is really good too, as it is a magnetic buff as well. So
Yeah,
you can hand this off and it keeps the death rattle.
good as a magnetic buff, good as like just by itself
Oh
as
god. So on three you
barracks.
play the rogue weapon. On 4 you play this and trigger its death rattle.
Yeah, or how about just like in Hunter, which seems to be the like mech death rattle class.
Yeah. That seems nice. I like it.
Yep. All right, next up, Steel Rager. 4 mana for a 5/1 mech with rush. I mean, it's a removal spell, sure.
Yeah, this is a 5 damage removal spell, which means I'll play it. Yeah. Also, it's one of those ragers. This is actually real. Like
Yeah.
this is a big removal spell. It's almost a fireball at a minion. I play the 2/6 that flips, and that's only a removal spell half the time.
Right. And this
So-
might actually be decent also. Like, again, we saw there was 3 mana for +1/+5 as a magnetic.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of magnetic stuff pumps health, which could be good with this. And this gives it the rush. I mean, there's also just the magnetic that gives rush, but this is probably more likely, again, as you said, just a removal spell.
Yep.
All right, moving on. Weaponized Pinata. That is a pinata with, it looks like, cannons.
I love this one.
Epic, 4 mana 4/3 mech, death rattle, add a random legendary minion to your hand. So maybe this is the new Shredder.
Like, again, this is another death rattle that, like, in neutral is quite strong to hand out. I like the body on it. I like the adding a random legend, meaning that it's going to be like, yeah, and random legends are not the best thing, but they can be very wide in their range of power.
Right. Again, also seems like a good one for like death rattle mech hunter or trigger it twice with the rogue thing, but
Yep. Also, is a mech, so you can hand off magnetics to it.
yeah. I'm not going to say anything beyond the word cube with this card as well.
Look, everything. The thing with cube is that everything combos with cube.
Everything combos with cube. Yep. And this set is no exception, especially with how heavy they're doing death rattle.
Yep.
All right. Time for some size. Whiz Bang the Wonderful. A card that doesn't actually do anything. Legendary minion, 4 mana 4/5, but that doesn't actually matter. You start the game with one of Whiz Bang's wonderful decks. Oh, actually, no, it does matter.
If it gets generated, like
Right.
by the previous card, it's a Yeti.
Yeah,
So,
it can get generated as a random legendary minion or as a random 4-drop or whatever.
So this card takes some explaining. You put this card in your deck, and it immediately empties out the deck, and it makes it a 1 out of 1 card deck. And then when you play with it, it will play with a deck recipe deck.
Yep. When you
do not believe it'll use one of the base ones, but the other 2.
Yeah, I believe it's you get one of the 18 deck recipe decks that aren't the base deck. Chosen at random at the start of each game, and it will also overwrite your hero power to be whatever class that deck is. So it's basically kind of for new players to just say, okay, I want to just try out decks, I'll just play him, and then I'll have a pre-made deck rather than having to make cards to make one, except you still have to put in the 1600 dust to make this guy.
Yeah, I want this card. When I saw this, I thought like, oh, this is the best card for a free handout. Are any of those recipes good? Yeah, they're generally like,
They're okay.
powerful.
A lot of sorry.
I was gonna say they're generally like pretty reasonable like takes on new archetypes.
They're usually like subpar versions of real decks in the meta often. The thing about this card though is like if you want it for new players, it's not being given out for free. If you want it for existing players who have collections, they're not really going to do anything with it. They're just going to make a deck. It's actually banned in tournament play for Constructed, and it won't show up in the arena.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Is this
Oh my
just
god! Oh my god! If I could play this in the arena, and I just got to play in the arena with a
Constructed deck?
yeah. Whoops. But yeah, the basically I wanted this card so badly to be the free legend for the set.
But nope, random free handout, so you might get him, which I'd honestly probably be a little upset if I got him when I could have gotten one of the cooler legends.
If this was just the free legend for the set, or like just even was given out because then new players could play with this card, and oh, I really like this deck when I got it. Now I have something I can play towards, and also it lets you compete on the same level. So
Yeah,
why
should
is this
have
not a
absolutely
handout? I don't know.
should have absolutely been a freebie, even a freebie for like not even like as a promotion with this set. Should just be something everybody gets, right? Like
That's
they
all-
like
that
they
looks
gave
like one of
everybody a
those cards.
free Marin. Why can't they give everybody a free Whiz Bang?
No, you get free Fight Manager instead. I don't know.
Yeah, this makes me upset. As for
I
the
like-
as for
I
the actual
like the idea of it.
Yeah, as for the actual recipe decks, they change them every time a new set comes out, so though I could pull them up now and look at them, they'll actually be changed by the time this set comes out. So,
Yep. So
all right, next card, EMP Operative. 5-mana 3/3 epic with Battlecry, destroy a mech. So there it is.
Your upside.
There it is. We
100%.
finally have something that is a mech hate card because it didn't exist before. And I appreciate that it's EMPs is how you deal with mechs. But, yeah. Seems... Obviously, it's well overcosted for the curve, but you'll get potential value out of it. So, like... I appreciate these cards existing. I've said this kind of thing before. I appreciate these kind of narrow tech cards. I think it makes for interesting deck building choices in any kind of card game.
I'm sad it's not a crab as well, but I do appreciate it. It does mean now that every time I say that mech is an upside, somebody's going to actually me. So
Yep,
I have to preemptive that every single time now.
The amalgam just got worse.
Amalgam got a lot better though.
Yeah, actually, amalgam got a lot
I was
better
gonna say
because
I disagree heavily. Like
because amalgam is actually like the question is why isn't Spider Tank in this set? Like because that's a good mech, and the actual answer is there is Spider Tank around again. Like
it's just an epic, so you have to spend 400 dust on it.
Yeah,
Is kind of sucks. One of the best parts about mechs in the previous time was that they were a really good budget deck.
Yep. And now a lot of them do seem to be commons, but
Right.
but depends. Like if you're doing warrior, you're probably gonna want Dr. Boom in there. Maybe who knows.
All right. Next up.
Next up, Giggling Inventor, rare, 5-mana 2/1 minion with Battlecry, summon 2 1/1 mechs with Taunt and Divine Shield. I wonder if they're just flat Annoyatrons.
Oh my god, I love this card because it's infinite levels of taunt.
You know what? I don't see these in the tokens for neutral, so it must just flat summon 2 copies of the card Annoyatron.
It probably does. Like, I like this card because, like, seriously, this is 4 attacks worth of taunt on the board. That is an absurdly annoying amount of taunt to get through, you know?
Is this new Belcher?
Nah, Belcher would be... I
Because
think
Belcher hits back more.
Yeah. But it certainly is if you need to be, like, stay standing, like, here you go. And it even has some mech synergy. And you'll probably get to keep one of those mechs till next turn, so...
Yeah, I like this flavor text as well. I shall build a mighty golden paladin, and he will greet the world. All right, next up, Hollowmancer, epic, 5-mana 3/3. After your opponent plays a minion, summon a 1/1 copy of it.
Wait, this is just like a sort of better version of that legend.
Is it? Except this one you can just get flat, like Frostbolted.
Sure, it just gets murdered and then dies, but like the idea here of like if they actually have to, if they can't deal with this on the border with spells, they have a lot of problems dealing with it because it's going to keep making free 1/1s.
Yeah, but maybe they can deal with the 1/1s though. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's very board dependent, and I don't. Based on that, I generally don't like cards like that where it's like really, really dependent on your opponent's board position.
Yeah, I think it's too dependent on opponent's board position. Your opponent can play around it to a decent extent, and also I think 5 mana is too much for this.
Yeah, so
I don't know. I think we're in the territory of poor purples, but I don't know. Next card, Loose Specimen, Epic. 5 mana, 6/6 beast. Oh, hey, a second beast we've had in the set. Battle Cry. Deal 6 damage, randomly split among other friendly minions.
So play this into an empty board, huh?
Your board is empty, or alternatively, like Grim Patron.
Hey, everybody.
Or alternatively, like, you know, that warrior mech we saw earlier that makes a bunch of 2/3s.
Right.
Or like, I don't know, even like Frothing Berserker.
Right. Well, it probably might kill your Frothing Berserker is the problem.
Right, with a wide enough board and
Yeah.
Goblin Bombs. Just blow up all your Goblin Bombs.
Really, this says to me like, just try and play this into an empty board or trade before you do this.
But yeah, use some work to get a Pit Fighter with 1 more attack, don't you?
Yep. You need to have some reasons to be playing this, and that's going to be a...
They mentioned the flavor text, Deathstalker Rexar, and it is 5 mana for 6/6.
Yep, it's big.
Is that why? Is that why?
That might be.
All right.
Feels like a warrior card. They do that at times where it's just like certain cards in neutral are cards that would have been class cards, but they felt like other classes might make use of them, so they put them in neutral.
All right. Next up, Rusty Recycler, common for a 5 mana 2/6 mech with Taunt and Lifesteal. This seems like a pretty real arena card to me.
Yeah, also a real magnetic card.
Yeah, holds buffs well. Like, what do you want to buff? Something with Taunt and Lifesteal, probably. Yep. All right, next up, Seaphorium Bomber, Epic for a 5 mana 5/5 with Battlecry. Shuffle a bomb into your opponent's deck. When drawn, it explodes for 5 damage.
Oh, I love it.
Return of Iron Juggernaut.
Iron Juggernaut is one of my favorite cards. For just being like, aha, I put some random damage in your deck, and this is a reasonable body on it.
Yeah, this is real. It's like, okay, get my 5 mana 5/5, and also my opponent's life total is actually 5 less eventually.
Yeah, I like it. It probably won't see play, but I like it.
Yeah. So you can play this with the guy that lets you shuffle additional copies of things into decks.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I want to see this and that beast in Rogue, and then start shuffling more Seaphorium Bombers into my deck and shuffling more bombs into my opponent's deck.
Like bombs over bomb.
Like, we got to build that deck, right? All right.
Maybe we'll get the return of my favorite brawl where everything costs 1, and I can do that.
All right, next up, Subject 9, Legendary Minion, 5 mana for a 4/4 beast with Battle Cry. Draw 5 different secrets from your deck. None of your business. Wait a minute, no, it isn't.
Yeah, who am I? This draws them, not.
I don't know. I guess it's value if you're doing like Secret Mage, maybe Secret Hunter because it's a beast.
Secret Hunter is probably the one that makes this the best, where it's a draw 3. Like, you probably don't actually have. I disagree heavily that saying this card is not good because it literally says draw X cards. I really like you play it in Secret Hunter and it draws you 3 cards, or that's probably the main use of it.
Yeah. Like, this is pretty real. Would you play it in Mage, even though it might be a worse Glacial Mysteries? It's not really worse, though, because it gets you a board, huh?
I was going to say, I hate Glacial Mysteries so much. This is way better than that. Like, this puts a body on the board.
Yeah, actually, I don't know. Yeah, okay.
Is archaeologist still around? Because if archaeologist is still
Well,
around, you
yeah,
can
I guess maybe thinking about it this way, there's a card called Azure Drake that was a 5 mana 4/4 that said Battlecry draw a card and was pretty good. And this
yeah.
may draw more cards than that.
I think what it is that people see this, immediately compare it to Mysterious Challenger, realize it doesn't put it into play, and then dismiss the card outright.
And then realize that, no, it's still better Azure Drake.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, War Gear. Common for a 5 mana 5/5 mech with magnetic. Simple, effective.
Really goddamn big, and that's a scary Blessing of Kings
Yeah,
+1.
This is just the Blessing of Kings for the magnetic. Yeah. Seems great. Alright, next card. This is a lot of keywords. Zillax. Legendary. For a 5 mana 3/2 mech with magnetic, divine shield, taunt, lifesteal, rush. So I think we were saying like divine shield, taunt, lifesteal, pretty good combinations for doing a buff plan.
Yeah.
Let's throw rush on there and just throw all the keywords and wins. Well, it's not really wins, but it does a good impression.
Yeah, I think this is one of the most powerful things you'll have in like a magnetic mech card deck. Like, oof.
Yeah, for sure.
The buff is really where this. You don't really want to be playing this as a minion, but
Right.
you can, and you can magnetic onto it. So,
Yep.
yeah.
Just so again, this is cards like this is why I was saying I appreciated the like 2 mana 1/5 mech we had in the set.
Yep.
Excuse me. All right. So next up, Arcane Dynamo, rare, 6 mana 3/4 with Battle Cry. Discover a spell that costs 5 or more. So this is a lot like that Shaman card, except instead of draw from your deck, it's just discover. But value, it's a little expensive, but it still seems reasonable to me.
Yeah, I would love playing this in arena. It is made specifically so you can't play the minion and the spell in the same turn unless you have some other effect helping you, because it's 11 mana. But like that big spell should be quite impactful. There's a number of classes that have some very high. Obviously, Mage is the first one that comes to mind, but some other classes have some real good discovery. Imagine playing this in arena in Priest.
Yeah, basically. Like, the fact that it's discover that these are class spells, and free from amber and 5 or more is generally value. Like, this is actually thinking about it. They had that mage card that was 5 mana for like a 6/3 that discovered a spell. This is basically that guy in neutral, except with 5 or more.
The thing is that it's slower. Like, again, you can't play this in the spell in the same turn, so it's never going to save you from like a position that you're in that's very bad.
True.
It also has a high chance of pulling some of the legendary spells because, like, in some classes there just aren't a lot of options for 5+.
So maybe that's why they printed something like this, is for new players to get a chance to just.
Yeah, or if you have a deck that like wants to play your class's legendary spell multiple times, for some reason, like if you wanted to Kangor's Endless Army a couple times, I don't know if that's what you would be doing with this, but you could do that with this.
Yep. Not a mech on its own, but
no.
But I mean, it doesn't really matter. Probably decent in arena in most classes. All right, next card, Damaged Stegotron, a common. Yeah, this is a common for a 6 mana 5/12 mech with taunt and battle cry. Deal 6 damage to this minion. So really, it's a 6 mana 5/6 taunt mech.
So we're looking at the gates are open reversed. So.
Yep, but if you can have any way to cheat this into play or resurrect it, yeah. I think if this gets resurrected by Kangor's Endless Army, it's not damaged.
Yeah, oh yeah. If it gets resurrected, it doesn't. It obviously doesn't battle cry. Battle cry is only when you play a card from your hand. So,
Yeah, or cheat it into play, which we've seen on a number of things. Like, yeah, we've seen, okay, cheat Malagos into play, but what about just cheat a 5/12 taunt into play?
yeah. Also, being a mech means that it's a lot easier to throw down. Like you play this and you throw on like any sort of magnetic buff.
Right, and also much like kind of it's a name reference to like injured Blade Master, like veteran
Yep.
priest.
Yes, absolutely.
Decent. Okay, next up, Mechanical Whelp. 6 mana for a 2/2 mech, rare with Death Rattle. Summon a 7/7 Mechanical Dragon. So this is just like Dr. Wily Stage 1 theme starts playing.
Yeah,
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
this is like this reminds me of Skelemancer as like a thing you play out to like dissuade sweepers.
Oh, President
do
Art.
do not play this with priest. Oh my god.
Yeah, but again, we've seen cares about Death Rattle a decent amount in the set, so could be decent.
Yeah, again, like something where you either copy the death rattle from somewhere. We've seen that in a couple different ways, or you just get to play this out and have it do its thing.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of decks that could take advantage of it.
Actually, let me see if I can pull up the Mechanical Dragon here. Here it is. Also a mech, so.
Yep.
But yeah, this being a mech as well, upside generally as well, so that's good. All right, on to our last page here. Missile Launcher. Rare, 6 mana 4/4 mech with magnetic, and at the end of your turn, deal 1 damage to all other characters. So this is kind of reminds me a lot of Dread Infernal.
It's the thing that this is about is that with a magnetic deck and going like heavy in on one creature, if you can put this on the 3/8 that can't be targeted, you're like sort of all in on one card. So the fact that it hits everything doesn't matter.
Right. Or maybe it's more to the point. Maybe it's like mini Baron-Geddon.
Yeah, or like a I think Dreadlord, whatever the 4/5 is in.
Oh, right. Yeah, basically hits people in the face, which could potentially be relevant to like, I don't know, maybe
There's a hunter
more.
mech with death touch, huh? Yeah, that's right. There's a poisonous mech at 2 in Hunter.
But like, heck, the 1 damage, this could even be relevant in Warlock for getting your spellstones activated.
Yeah, that is a card that's damaging you. So
Seems all right. All right, next card, Spark Drill. This definitely sounds like a Mega Man weapon.
I think that's just that's gotta be.
So rare, 6 mana 5/1 mech with Rush and Death Rattle. Add 2 1/1 sparks with Rush to your hand. So we already had the Rager. That was the 5/1 Rush for 4. For 2 more, you get 2 sparks for that, or then for 2 more damage. So it's like double the cost for 7 damage instead of 5.
Yeah. Ah, heck, okay. Spark Mandrel's weapon is not just called Spark Drill, it's just called Electric Spark.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, the...
Oh, right, you just add man to this card, and it's Spark Man Drill.
Yeah, Spark Mandrel. That's the Mega Man boss. X-boss. Yeah, very, very similar to that mech you said before, which I guess you just get continued rush.
Yeah, like
it's removal, then it's continued removal.
But like, if you're going to 6 cost, like, yeah, you get the sparks, but honestly, like, you could just play I'm Flying at that cost, and that can also go face.
Sure. I think this isn't a card you're going to see in Constructed, but I'll still play it in the arena because removal's removal.
I'll play it, but like, I won't feel great playing it. I think it's a little overcosted.
Sure.
All right. Next up, Star Aligner. Epic 7 mana 7/7 with Battle Cry. If you control 3 minions with 7 health, deal 7 damage to all enemies. I guess including your opponent. I don't think that Battle Cry is ever triggering, so this is just a War Golem.
Yeah, this is a War Golem.
Which Adam's a purple.
7 lucky sevens. Seriously, that doesn't happen. Like, I can't.
Is this just a joke being in the Dr. Boom set or something?
Sure, I would. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. Is have this be a boom joke, plus just a lucky sevens joke because it has the number 7 on it.
If you actually wanted it to work, what would be the deck like? Actually, there's the priest deck that has the health doubler. Is that odd priest or even priest?
That's a 5 cost card.
Okay, so odd priest. So maybe you'd play this in odd priest. I don't know, if anything, but probably you're not playing it anywhere. All right, next card. I appreciate this card a ton. Bulldozer. 9 mana, 9/7 mech with Divine Shield. Return of Force Tank Max.
Yeah, this is Return of Force Tank Max. It's big.
Common. Wait, hold on a sec. Oh, Starliner says 3 minions with exactly 7 health.
Yeah, it's 7. Yeah, it's 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. Like, it's got to be 7s.
Oh, so it's a slot machine joke.
Yeah, that's what that's the whole point of it. Is you get 3 7s lined up and you go ding 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 ding, and then your opponent takes 7 damage.
Yeah, okay. But anyways, the Bulldozer, very good. And finally, the last card in our set, and I don't know how I feel about this one. This one could potentially be a little crazy. So there's a Magic the Gathering card called Barren Glory. Anyways, Mechathune. 10 mana, 10/10 mech with Death Rattle. If you have no cards in your deck, hand, and battlefield, destroy the enemy hero.
That's gonna be incredibly impossible to get rolling. It's
Beats
gonna be
fatigue decks? Question mark.
Well, like, so you self-fatigue, you play this, you have no hand, no anything, and then, like, you need this to die, and not die to, like, the silence effects or transform effects that, like, we've been mentioning, will likely be more wanted with mechs being around.
No silence, no transform, really hope for no mind control. And then you have to also have a way to make this thing die. I mean, you're probably okay keeping the 10/10, but it's like you're out of hand, you're out of deck, this is your absolute last card, this 10/10 shows up, and if your opponent tries to kill it, they'll just lose, so they can't do that.
Right. So I think the circumstances where this is a functional card for, like, competitive play are non-existent. Go wild on trying to get this to work. Have fun.
I think if it's your last card and your opponent doesn't have an answer for it, you win, but, like, I guess the thing is that you're never actually killing your opponent with the destroy the enemy hero. It's just that's keeping your opponent from killing it, so you beat your opponent with it and win.
Right. Or you trade it into something and then they die.
Yeah, alternatively, the chat suggests Cataclysm when you have no deck.
That is a thing you could do in Wild, I think Cataclysm is a Wild card, not a standard card, right?
I can look that one up. Cataclysm is Kobolds and Catacombs, so it's standard.
Okay, that's standard, huh? I thought that card was, like, forever printed ago.
I think you're thinking of, like, Doom?
Oh, I'm thinking of Doom. Yeah, that's the draw a billion cards one. Okay.
Yeah. So, Cataclysm, Mechathune, I don't know. Like, Mechathune just seems to me like it's either does nothing or is, like, stupidly broken, depending if somebody can find a way to abuse it.
Well, again, you have to also live to get your deck empty. Like, it's the long game.
Unless you're rogue.
Well, and then you burn off your Mechathune to draw your deck card, and you go, whoops.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So, I don't know. Just destroy the enemy hero, though. That's,
Yep.
I guess, only the second time they've printed that line of text. The first being Uther.
Yep. Uther's hero power.
So,
All right.
now that we're about done here, what do you think of the set overall? I'm excited.
I'm excited to play with, like, I really liked the first time mechs were around. And I think magnetic is interesting enough as like a unique mechanic to this. There's a couple classes I'm most interested in. I think the mechs are actually the are sort of secondary to some of the other things I'm looking at, though. So.
Yeah. And honestly, this almost feels just as much a death rattle set as it does a mech set.
There's a lot of that going on, ain't there?
Yeah. And, let's see, any other things to ask? Of the legendary spells, which ones do you think are the highlights?
Well,
Not the druid one.
I don't really... Yeah, I don't really care for the druid one.
Hunters will be a little silly.
I think the hunter one has some power behind it.
If
The
you're
mage
doing
one
death
is laughable. The paladin one is scary.
Oh, yeah.
Like, here, just get a giant board back.
Paladin one seems real. Priest one seems real in the right decks. Rogues.
I don't believe in rogues. I'll say that flat out. I don't believe in that card.
Okay. Shamans also seems kind of silly, but
Yeah.
Warlocks seems really strong.
Yeah, the draw 3.
And Warrior. So
just slam your hand on the board and say
so
go.
Paladin, Priest, Warlock, probably the standouts here.
Yeah, I'd say Mage also has a lot of potential.
Yeah, deck costing 0, potentially if you're doing a combo deck. That one's a little trickier because you got to draw it first. But all right, so let me just, as a last thing, figure out exactly when this set is supposed to come out, because that would be good to know, wouldn't it? August 7th, so Tuesday?
Tuesday. All right.
Cool. But yeah, some fun stuff for Arena, 3 free packs, free Legend, and then I think they said like maybe 2 weeks after it comes out, they're then launching their like adventure for this set, which you'll give 3 more free packs. And I'm actually excited about the adventure thing because they said the adventure this time around is it's going to be like 100 puzzles. Yep. And let's just say I'm a big fan of. I've played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh video games, and I'm a big fan of puzzles.
You like your magic puzzling of sorts. So, all right.
Anyways, but this set seems cool. So thank you, Slio, for spending the 4 hours or so going through and talking about all these cards.
Yeah, of course.
And thank you everybody in the chat for hanging out and watching. And go check out, go check out Slio9's stream at twitch.tv/Slio9. He streams cards and games and other cool stuff.
That's me. I'll probably do some Arena this week.
So, yeah, exciting stuff. Thank you again, everybody, and enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Night, everybody.
Later.